What is going on? What's up, everybody? Oh, phone down in the dirt. Hold on. Let me unplug it and because it dropped down through the hole. What the hell? No. Turned my camera off for some reason. Bluegrass, Alicia, what's going on? Mid first Mike, or mid south Mike, I'm sorry. Goddamn son of a bitch. Sorry about the language, but this tripod is. There we go. Yep, Alicia was first. We're up to 5 people already. Well, before I started this, I caught one channel. One little channel cat, probably about a pound and a half. Good enough to take home. He's on the stringer, and we'll see if we can catch anything else. I am on a little stretch of the river that I've never been on, so we're trying it out. And hello, beautiful Alicia. How are you doing? It didn't take but 15, 20 minutes for me to get that channel cat when I first got that bite. However, I do have one bluegill on one of the rods, and then I've got chicken and worms on the others. And people are out shooting guns. You will hear that. Hello, handsome Mr. Mike. You and your big old bald head. Up to 6 people, and I know DMV Whisker King. I love Kenny to death. I would definitely be in Kenny's live if I was not doing this, but I've had a lot of people asking when I was going to go live next, so I figured, what the hell, I'm getting out fishing. I do have to work at 8 in the morning, so I'm not staying out super late. However, it's only 7:17 right now. Squirrels magnet fishing. What's going on, man? How you doing? How'd I do it? Oh, how'd Alicia do in the tournament? Well, we'll let her tell you, but I could also tell you because I did co-host that. We are rolling 7 people now. Yes, they will find me, Alicia, going on your text. DMV and Stan are going live currently, yes. You do have competition. Yes, I do have competition. You know what? I'm not trying to compete. I'm just trying to do my thing and, you know, trying to provide a little entertainment that's different. Trying to give people somebody else to watch and, you know, say I know those people all, and Stan's got his talk show going on. And then DMV, he catches fish. He's got a good show that everybody loves to watch, and I love to watch DMV. But, you know, I needed to get out and come fishing. Got a later start than I wanted, but, you know, it happens. How big was the catfish I caught? It was only probably about a pound and a half. And I'll let him off the stringer if I don't catch anything else. But if I catch 1 or 2 more, then, you know, I'll have some fish to go into the freezer and have some meat to eat. Ooh. Yep. The wind was horrible. Yes, Alicia had Alicia had a good outing. She did really good. And Mahomes show up in the second half. Yeah. Hey, Alicia did good. I missed the ones that broke off, and that sucks because she was super excited about those. But, she had a good showing. We had several people that had to fall out because of their signal. But, that's part of it. And you want to live stream, you got to go somewhere where you got signal. And you need to do it. You need to make sure you have signal before you ever go there and do this kind of thing. Luckily for me, I always have signal everywhere I go. And yes, Alicia really needs to figure out her phone situation because she has problems every time she tries to go live or do anything. If she'd be a little nicer to her phone and didn't drop it, those kind of things. Everybody's proud of you. You did great. I'm about to have to go up to the truck and go get my hoodie, though. It's starting to cool off. So for those who did not know, I happen to win a $25 Amazon gift card in the couples tournament today. And I actually lost my light in the lake the other night due to my own fault. That, when the wind came in, the way I had it hanging on the railing, it was destined to fall. But the wind came in, it fell, it went in the lake. But I did win that $25 gift card, and I'm going to have a chance to be able to go ahead and replace it. And Lance McCougai has a video on a light that he's had good luck with so far. It's super bright, he says, and it lasts a long time. So I'm going to give it a try. It's like $25.99 on Amazon. And right now they do have a 10% off coupon. So I'm going to go ahead and order it and give it a try. What's going on, Christopher Comer? How you doing, brother? I hope the light is providing the light with the, the sunset horizon light there, providing enough for everybody. On my end, it looks like, we got some light. You can see the rods. Two old vets. What's going on, Rob? How are you, brother? And I think y'all can hear the pack of coyotes going off back there. But I haven't been live lately on fishing, so I figured, what the hell, I'll just go ahead and do it. Said I'm not trying to compete with anybody. I'm just doing it when I can. I'm trying a different spot. I'm on the river. And we're going to see if we can catch anything else. Before the stream started, I did catch one channel cat, but nothing else. And part of the reason it was so late for me getting started, again, thank you for co-hosting. Hey, Rob, man, I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate you considering me to do that for you. It was a good time. I enjoyed it. I thought it would have been cool if I'd have been able to get out fishing doing the same thing, and co-hosting at the same time. But man, it was cold. I woke up late. I wasn't even worried about it. Dang, a thumbs down already? Well, that's all right. I bet that's Air Run. For anybody who doesn't know who that is, well, you know what? I've got screenshots of how he talks down about the catfish community. Anybody wants them, just email me and I'll send them to you. But I guarantee that's probably who it is. And you know what? A thumbs down, that's all right. Thought I'd used a gift card to marry Alicia. Oh, hey, what the hell, dude? You're like 200 yards from me shooting. Over here fishing. Jeez. Yeah, he's mad because I got him blocked from my channel, and you know what? I don't care. He's just a little rodent. 51-year-old rodent that'd be squashed in a matter of seconds. But anyways, I got better things to talk about. Yeah, Rob had a good idea for his tournament, His tournament went off without a hitch. What's going on, Lynn? Hey, we got a bunch of birds flying overhead in formation. But yeah, Rob's tournament went off well. That was the first attempt for him, and it went off good. I was happy to be part of it. Got fish jumping off over here. Am I saying your daddy would sell you for a $25 gift card? What? I'm not your daddy. What are you talking about? Mike, you're not a little rodent. You're just a big rodent. What's going on, Big Slim? How you doing, brother? We are trying to catch some fish. And we got a lot of gunshots going off in the background. And I'm going to say, holy moly. Okay, that's somebody trigger happy. I don't know if y'all could hear that, but I'm going to say it's probably 30 minutes past official sunset. I know, yeah, Rob. Yeah, Rob. Yep, you're right. And I even said that. I read it out to her straight up a couple times, and she did not listen. Her daddy knows best because he's been fishing for a lot of years longer than her, and he said the carp bite there pretty good. But no, she had to go try somewhere else. Back to where she was. I don't know, Mike. I have never heard it. Alicia, I said it multiple times. You're going to have to go back on the live and watch it because I actually read it out loud a couple times. Especially when you were docked up, when you were right there. I said it, and you did not acknowledge. I did answer. Where's the fish? The fish are in the water. They're just not on my hook right now. Yep. It doesn't matter how I knew, but I did specify that your daddy said it. Your daddy was in the live stream trying to give some good advice. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to get my truck out of where I'm parked. Got a lot of this sugar sand here, but I did not back up very far, and I've got 4-wheel drive, so I should be all right to be able to get out. He said they were at the dock, and I said, how do you know? He didn't answer, and I thought he was saying in general they would be at the dock. No. I said it out loud like 2, 3, 4, 5 times that your dad said it. So if you don't want to listen to what your daddy tells you, I don't know what else to say. So Christopher, when you going live again, brother? I know you seems like you do the midday fishing. And you got you a cute little one that you take out fishing with you too, don't you? I know, Rob. We'll go ahead and make excuses for her. No, your phone was not dead when I said it. We were watching you live with video evidence. Just got you a new kayak, so we'll see. Hey, that'd be awesome. We'd like to see you out in the kayak. Making a phone mount for your kayak should be pretty easy. There's a lot of videos out there that people have made. We're up to 10 people now. Yes, sir. Also, Rico Fishing Local 336, he was out live. I think it was, what was it, Thursday. I was at work and he had his little boy with him. His little boy just turned 4, he said. And that little boy will talk up a storm and he is adorable as can be. So if you guys family oriented fishing, definitely check out Fishing Local 336 Rico. Well, Fishing Local 336. His name is Rico, but he did a good job. He's got an adorable little boy that he takes fishing with him. My screen says 0 people in here. Am I thinking it's wrong? Well, Mike, you could close it out and come back in, and it might change that for you. Yeah, I hear that, Chris. I mean, work ain't been kicking my butt. I got such a gravy job going on right now. What's up, Raymond Williams? How you doing, man? Any of my moderators, y'all be sure to share out links. Don't have a big house in here, but I know there's probably some people who don't have certain people's links. I keep hearing fish jumping, but kind of thought maybe there might be some flathead around here. Maybe that bluegill get taken. I was actually going to head to a different lake, and then I was like, I'm in this area. I'm just going to hit it up, give it a try. I've never been over here, and it's actually a lake, and then they have river access. It's actually a private lake, um, but it's going to be a cool place. I plan on coming back here. They allow 4-wheeling, off-roading, boating. You don't have to have state permit or anything else to come onto the lake with your boat. They've got camping. All their campsites have grills. I think they provide you with porta potty. They've got water access, all kinds of things. So that's pretty cool. Sunfish Assassin is in the house. How you doing, George? What's going on, man? I didn't hear you. I did hear you, but not the part about my dad. My phone was dead. I left my phone in the boat when I went to the truck. You love my view? Awesome, man. Looks like the sun is setting to the point to where we don't have the tree line. Somebody's not happy with their horn. We don't have that tree line view so much anymore, but Rob's still exhausted. He didn't sleep last night either. Hell, I fell asleep on the couch. I woke up at like 6 this morning, went back to bed, got some more sleep. Of course, I didn't wake up till like 11 o'clock, something like that. Don't you roll your eyes, Missy. Not my fault you weren't paying attention. Alicia, if you'd go to bed at a decent time, you would get more sleep. So for anybody who's bouncing between streams or has multiple streams going, multiple devices, whatever, if Kenny's out, if you're in DMV Whisker Kings live, tell him I said I hope he's doing well. Hope he's doing good. Hope he catches some fish. I'm sure he's going to stay out later than I am because I have to work in the morning. Um, but I'm going to stay out here for a little bit. It's only 7:35 right now. I might recast here shortly. I was not happy. I went over to an area and I was trying to catch some bluegill for bait. And every time I dropped I was using worms. I downsized to a little bitty old hook. And every time I drop it in, I'm getting bites. Bite, bite, bite. My bobber's sitting there dropping and I pull it, nothing. Over and over and over there, taking my bait. And I was using a little bitty hook. I don't remember the size of it. I'd have to look at it, the package, but no, I had no luck. I only caught one bluegill, and I actually caught him on the 1/0 hook. I got lucky there. What's going on, Ovilla? How you doing? Alicia has this many with the middle finger. How sweet is that? I think she's flipping off Mid-South Mike because I don't think that has to do with me. Oh, we're getting a bite. We're getting a bite. Nah. He's still there. Come on now. Do something. Do we got him? I think we got it. We got him. Woohoo! I think he's nice. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He's a good one. He is definitely a good one. I've got a woo. I don't know if you guys can see him. I'm gonna go up to the truck, go get my scales. And my grabbers, my grippers. There we go. Anybody see that? He's a nice channel. All right, so here, let me set this here for a second. So you guys can see we got a nice little channel here. He's definitely good enough to keep. Hang on to. Let me. I'll run up to the truck, go grab my grippers and my scale. All right, and that was on the lemonade chicken. Hey, simmer down, as Dieter says. We are zeroed out, if you can see that. We'll say the grippers are at like a 0.3. And he came in at 4.1 pounds. Where's the camera? There's the camera. 4.1, so he's about 3.8 pounds. So we got one on the board. We are catching fish already. Oh. Go. He's going home too. Calm down. Now, if you settle down, calm down. No kidding. All right, guys, I'm back. We'll put a fresh piece of bait back on there. And of course, I left my rag up at the truck, but I'll get that when I go get my hoodie. And he did get my bait, so yep, we got to put a new fresh piece on there. And the funny thing is, both fish that I've caught have come on the Uncle Lou's rod out around that bend up there. All right, guys, I'm going to run up to the truck, go get my hoodie because it's cooling off, go get my rag to wipe my hands off, and I will be back momentarily. Holler if you see anything. Okay, I'm back. You guys able to see the rods just fine with the light set right here? Looks like it. Of course, I got a bunch of mud packed on the back of my shoe or the bottom of my shoes. All right. Hey, Epic Catfish is in my live stream. How you doing, Mr. Tim Scott? What's going on, man? I caught one channel on live so far. Don't know if you saw it or if you missed it. But I have not gotten skunked tonight, and that's awesome. We've got 11 people in here. One of the bad juju hoodies. You know, I'm gonna tell you here, Rob. I currently only have 2 hoodies. This hoodie and another one, and the other one. I like to think of it as my nice hoodie because it is white. You know, it has wording on the front, but it is white, and I like to try to keep it clean for nice times. This one is one that I bought back in what was it? I think 2011. Me and a friend of mine, because the whole group didn't go, it ended up just being me and another friend. We rode to Fayetteville, Arkansas for the Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue bike rally. And I did not have much in the way of cold weather gear that I took with me and needed to run to the mall. So I found an Aeropostale store and bought this hoodie. And this is my kind of my get dirty, go fishing, do whatever hoodie in. Problem is, the hood is about, I don't know, about halfway ripped off, and I've got other holes in it. But it's kind of my go-to get dirty, go fishing in hoodie. It's not super heavy. I'd love to be able to have some more hoodies, zip up, pull over, whatever. But I went through a big period where the financial aspect was not there, and trying to buy, clothes. I had a lot of clothes, just I've been wearing the same stuff for a long time, and buying new hoodies was just not something that was in the cards. So I'm stuck right now with 2 hoodies. One, nope, it's not cooked yet. It will be though. One good hoodie and one get dirty, grind, and cut metal in and do whatever hoodie that eventually the sparks are going to find one of the open holes and cause the thing to burn me down probably, but we'll see. Yep, Epic came for the lemonade chicken. That's funny. I got to scroll through what I missed. I should have fished here for the. Well, Alicia, this is the first time I've been to this spot, so Ed, I've never been here. I thought I'd try it out, and I don't know if you're talking about me or Snake River now that I'm scrolling up, but I'm still scrolling up. Steve Mosley's in the house. What's going on, Steve? Sandwich fish, yes, sir, Raymond. That is definitely sandwich fish. I've never made a catfish sandwich. Maybe I'll do that. Somebody tell me. Maybe leave a comment on this live and tell me how you make a catfish sandwich. What you like to put on it, and maybe I'll give it a try. Yes, sir, George. You finally got to see me catch one. I appreciate it. I'm glad I got to show you guys me actually catching a fish. It's been a little while. I think the last fish I caught on live was a gar. Maybe something else. I don't remember. I don't remember if I caught another catfish or not. MS Health and Beauty, how are you doing? I am doing good. And I am still scrolling up. Hey, the friggin' button doesn't work to give you solo screen. Yep, fish on. So we're in the North Canadian River right now. and there are a lot of channel cats. And the funny thing is, there's channel cats here, but I fished the area before for the 7-to-7 tournament, and where I fished the same river, the river current was running opposite direction, it seemed, and I was catching blue cats over there and flatheads. So, all right, now I've caught up. Now I got to scroll again just to catch up again. Forget sandwich. Oh, dude. All right. Forget sandwich, fish, and hush puppies. Hey, I love me some hush puppies. I would love to have me some jalapeno and cheese hush puppies right now. That would be awesome. But I get at least 12 ounce for drifting in that deep and. Well, I hope you're not talking about my water, because 12 ounces is really not going to let me know if I got a fish. 12 ounces is going to be a damn boat anchor in this current. Jeremy's Tournament Cats is in the house. What's going on? Hey, he said he'll be back, but I appreciate him stopping in to come say hi. That is awesome. No, sir, Rob. This is not one of those has life bad juju hoodies. I mean, it's a nice looking hoodie. It's nice looking. I like the color. You know, the black with the red down the sleeves. I mean, it's got a Has Life logo on it, as opposed to like a Danimals Creations logo, which, we'll figure that one out. Where I fish, how deep, and how fast it's current. Tim, I'm honestly gonna say I don't know shit about where I'm at. The current is very slow. I'm using 4-ounce sinkers on all of it. My That might be too much for where I'm at. Depth, I don't think depth is any more than maybe 6 feet. Who knows? Maybe 6, 7, 8 feet at the deepest in this area. But I said I'm using 4-ounce sinkers because that's what I had on there, and I'm not going to mess with changing them out. They're holding down whether there is current or not. The current is pretty slow, but we're doing all right. Yep. Hey Dan, I definitely love the fact that Tim Scott is in my live stream. I appreciate that. 10 ounces too light for suspending where I fish, except in very low water conditions. Yeah, I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna get out here in the next little while, and I'm gonna get to the Arkansas River. I'm gonna get probably on the boat, and I'm gonna try something. A 15. Hey, oh, yep. Dan's way behind. Yeah. Well, when you only get to see at most 4 comments on the screen when you're running your phone and not a tablet. Oh, you were advising Mid South. Okay. Am I trying to get some? Oh, yep. Is Michael trying? Yep. I need a beautiful co-host. Well, if I need a beautiful co-host, I'll pull Tim Scott up here. Yep. Yeah, we're still chilling at a low number, but you know what? That's all right. I'm not concerned with the number of people in here. I'm happy with the people in here. I don't need 50 or 100 people in here. I need the people that want to be in here and want to enjoy watching me and spending their time with me. And that's what I need. Let Alicia read to me. I'm about to post a link. All right, come on now. I'm trying to catch up on everything. Alicia, I do the same. I just like joking with Dan. Mid-South Mike likes joking with everybody. He's a goofball in himself. He is, you look at him, he's just a big old ball. He got that bald head, and then he got that round body. He's just a big old ball. But he's a big old ball of. Everybody give him credit for that. Mid-South Mike is a great guy. As much as he wants to joke around, and I think me and Mike, we're kind of on the same page when it comes to our sarcasm and just being jackasses. I think we're about the same. Only he might push it a little more than I do. He catches up by reading text bottom to top, so he doesn't always follow the conversation. Hey, Alicia, I try to scroll up to go down. Let me catch up first, and then I'll there. Yep, yep. All right. All right. All right. Okay, so who caught the 15 something pound carp after the tournament ended? Because Rob, I was there until you ended it, and then me and Alicia and Brent, Fins and Foul, we were there even after you closed things out. We were still hanging out. We were sitting there bullshitting, having a good time. All right, Christopher Comer is gonna. He says, "Alrighty, everyone, and Dan need to get some rest after work at 1 a.m. What the hell? Good luck. Glad to see you catch, brother. Good night. I appreciate you, Christopher. Thank you, sir. That Epic says that's a good weight for my conditions. Yeah, Epic. I mean, 4 ounces is what I've been doing in the lake. It's just it's gotten me to the depths that I've noticed have been pretty good depths, and then even in the rivers. Now, if I was fishing in the river that I fished for the 7-to-7 tournament, I needed a 6 ounce or heavier weight over there. The current was actually pretty strong for, hell, a 6 ounce current, 6 ounce weight. It didn't hold very well. So I probably needed more, but, it worked. But right here with current, it's really slow. So I really think that 4 ounces is pretty much about perfect. Sunfish, I like having someone off screen to help me read and keep the chat going. Mid South, I'm about to do that. I'm just trying to catch up. Come on down. Calm down. Calm down. I'm gonna screenshot that, Alicia. Uh-oh. Tim Scott, what did Alicia say? Tim is a wealth of information. So when one can pick his brain, it is school time. Hog legs in the house. What's going on, brother? I heard Epic was in here, so I want to come get a lesson from the professor. I might have to. Oh, Dan Sean sent me pics. It was after he left and went elsewhere. Yeah, I saw that Snake River said that he had actually caught some fish after the fact, and that sucks. But that's part of what it is. Mike's fishing home. What's going on, brother? Just off work. I appreciate you popping in, man. I saw you're going live later tonight, and I will try to make my appearance in there. George Sunfish Assassin says I would rather watch lives with less people in them, unless Tim happens to be talking in one. Yeah. No, it's not easy to keep up a chat, especially if you're just using the phone, because I said I'm still using the Galaxy 9. I'm not using a big old tablet or anything else. So at most I get to see 4 comments at a time. So, it's not. Yeah, Dan called Mike, Mid South Mike, a jackass. Not saying he's wrong. Yeah. KC Fish Page, what's going on? I appreciate you popping in. All right. Yep, they're thinking they were talking about Alicia. All right, I'm about to post a link here, and somebody's going to have to come up. Guest, invite a guest. Let's see. Select all. Copy. More. Post comment. All right. All right. All right. Come on. Give me the ability to. Come on. I don't know why it will not give me the ability to paste. What the hell? I don't know. Nope. There we go. Hold on. Okay. Ah, come on now. Let's see. Try this again. Post comment. Okay. I'm taking it out of the tripod. And we're going to try this. We're going to figure this thing out. Yeah. Of course, I got my phone cord all wrapped up in the light and everything else. I am not having the most perfect night, but you know what? I caught a fish on a live stream, so you know what? Not everybody can do that. Nah, come on. Okay. Close this out. Go back to, okay, X. Okay, there we go. I'm not going to lie, I've thought about carp fishing all day. Yep. Alicia's thought about nothing but carp fishing. We love that that's what she's thought about today. Okay, I do not know why my phone will not let me post a comment. Oh, wait, maybe that's why. Let's see. I'm trying. What the hell? Y'all know what? Let's see. Try this one more time. Chat. Okay, chat. X. More. Post comment. What's going on, Troy? How you doing? We are up to 14 beautiful people in here, and I'm trying to post a link on this thing, and I am. I'm going to try this again. More. Post comment. I do not know why it will not let me post comment. Hey, we're only 48 hours, or 48 hours, 48 minutes into this thing, and I already have a fish, and that happened about 20 minutes ago. So I'm doing great. Carmel Muncie, what's going on? How are you doing? I appreciate you popping in. Post comment. I don't know why. Okay, I will be right back. Catfish Heroes, Mr. Sean, what's going on? How you doing, brother? I appreciate you coming in, popping in. Daniel texted to me. Okay, yeah, Alicia, let me do that to you. Yeah, let me post that link real quick. Because for some reason. What the hell? Why is my phone trying to post a screenshot? Okay, hold on. Let me try one more time. Guests. Invite a guest. Select all. Copy. Oh, hold on. Copy. And then I'll go to copy to clipboard 2. We'll try that. More. Post comment. Oh, there we go. All right, I got it. So if anybody wants to come up, Alicia, I know how to do it. It just was not working. Okay. I appreciate you. No, it definitely, it was not working. Ah, hello, dropping my phone. It was not working. But I did get it posted. I did it. I did it. Sean's missing fishing bad, or Epic. Epic is missing fishing really bad right now. Holy hell. Come on now. Epic, we're missing your fishing. Guys, we're up to 15 people in the house. How about that? That's awesome. I'm going to have to actually get, like, I'm going to have to get one of those ring light tripods that is not just kind of tabletop type tripod here. Sounded like I had accidentally took a screenshot after copying the link, and that's why. Nope. Rob's going to go this week at some point and go fishing. I hope he does. I might have to change up some of these baits because the left rod has worm on it, and I have not had a bite. The next rod to that has the bluegill on it. I have not had a bite. And then chicken on the next rod. Catfish Heroes, I'm good for a bit with the fishing. Got my belly full with them monsters. Oh, yeah. Hey, you know what? How can you ever get your belly full with the monsters? You know what? Well, I've never caught a monster catfish. So I'm still dying to catch one. So I just keep coming. I keep coming. Just keep coming out fishing, trying, hoping to catch something. And you know what? I'm happy with catching, edible size. I'm happy with catching anything. But I would definitely love to catch a fish that's going to give me the fight of my life, and I have not had that yet. I can't wait for it. And I keep trying different waters every chance I get. And that's all the best I can do. All I can do is throw baits out. I can't catch nothing with no baits in the water, right? Alicia doesn't need trips to the potty. George, Sunfish Assassin, says when it comes to getting my belly full of catching, first I think I have a tapeworm. Mike's Fishing Home says it'll come to me. Well, I hope it's going to come to me eventually. I'm looking for that big old monster fish to come to me. And I'm in a spot where basically it's pretty much all channel cats, but you know what? Maybe I'll get a state record channel cat. I don't think that's going to happen, but can't find out if you don't have baits in the water. Once again, what's going on, Steve Mosley? How you doing? I thought you popped in earlier, but you might have left and come back. I appreciate you coming back. Appreciate you coming in. We are still hoping for another fish here pretty soon. We got one on live so far. I might have to recast or rebait one or two of these rods just to see if we can find a different area. I'm going to do a epic catfishing here. And I know one of these rods I need to probably adjust where it's cast off to. Maybe I'll get it more in the flow of the water. It's pretty close to the far bank. And this one has the bluegill on it. Kind of play with where it's cast out to. And this one has the worms on it. And that one. And that one's been in the right spot. The Uncle Lou's rod has been in the right spot all night. For some reason, that's where the channel cats have been hitting. That's where they've been hitting. That's where they're at. So I don't have anybody that wants to come up yet. Bob, Fins and Finds, what's going on, man? I appreciate you coming in here. We're up to 16 beautiful people now. I just had to adjust my baits a little bit. Sunfish Assassin, you should have fished the Altamaha River when you live close to it. There's some big flatheads in there. Alicia says, heck, I use big restaurant cup usually while standing up. Okay, apparently Alicia's talking about how she pees. I've heard that story a number of times. Alicia pees in so many ways while she's out fishing. And yes, she uses a cup. When it comes to catching monsters, I've learned I have to go to them. Yeah, Tim, I am going to have to go to them because I do not find them from the bank. I will, however, try to find them before too long at some point in time. I have a 5-gallon bucket with a toilet seat attached, but wife refuses to use it. Well, your wife, Rob, all these years you've been married to your wife and you have not gotten her over to the country living ways or the fisherman ways. The first 20-pound class will knock the dust off, then you really catch the fever. Hey, you know what? So far I'm stuck at 8 pounds as far as my PB. I'm trying, but all I can do is try. All I can do is throw baits in the water and just try to catch what I can catch. Altamaha River, they introduced flatheads and decimated the red breast population. I've heard, is that true? If was in the woods, she would, but not out on a boat. Well, you know what, Rob? I'd rather go in a bucket than poop in my pants. That's all I can say. Let's see. I'm going to post a comment here. I'm going to post a comment up here if anybody wants to come up and keep me company, keep the chat company, help things out, try to help keep things flowing a little bit. I'm going to have to run to the truck here in a minute, so, if somebody wants to come up, that'd be great. Or there's no red breast in there now, only bluegill sunfish. Hopefully the lighting on the rods is all right. I mean, it seems okay from my end. I would like to have much better lighting, because I'm sure if I had my lighting up here, that would probably be better for everybody. Give all rods a little bit of view. But that's not, now I can put the light back. Maybe that's a little bit better, a little bit different. I don't know. 101 pound flathead was caught on a limb line in the Altamaha River sunfish assassin. Wow. 101 pound flathead? That's insane. Something's jumping over there. All right, you kids, I'll be right back. Nobody wants to pop up, so I will be right back. Y'all entertain yourselves, and I'll try to catch up on chat here in a second. And I'm sort of back. I think I'm going to reel that bluegill in and cut him. Because if he's not working whole, I might cut him in half and try him. See if maybe I get a little blood out there. See if something will hit him. Doesn't seem anything's biting the worms. Only going for the chicken. Yeah, I'm going to reel in the one with the bluegill on it. And I guess cut him. Send it back out. He's on Old Faithful. Dang, that thing's hung up anyway. Well, not hung up. It just... Yeah, it's there. We're gonna cut Mr. Bluegill, and we're gonna see if we can do something different with him. Because he's not doing anything for us right now. Maybe put half of them back on this hook and half of them on the other one that's got worms on it. He's still alive too. He's still kicking. He just ain't bringing anything to us. I know, buddy. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But you were going to be sacrificed. All right, put the head back on Old Faithful here. There we go. Get that back out there. Old Faithful's going out with the bluegill head. And then I'll get rid of the worms on this one and put the body section on it. And I'm going to say I lied because this is a chicken. This is the chicken rod. Got chicken on it. It has had no love. Throw that out. Put the body section of the bluegill on there. See if we can catch something on the bluegill in this area. Oh, rag. We might be getting a bite. I don't know. Maybe that's me bouncing things around. Really? What the hell was that? You come to the middle of nowhere, you hear all kinds of weird noises. Right. I can't see where I cast, but hopefully I got it in a good area. Now this one I'm going to say has the worms on it. And worms have done us no luck. So we'll reel it in, put some chicken on it. The worm apparently has not been touched. It's dangling, still there. We'll put a piece of chicken on there. Screw it. You know what? I'm gonna leave the worm on there and add a piece of chicken. Excuse me. Y'all didn't hear that, did you? All right, there we go. We've got 4 baits back in the water. And we are good to go. We'll give it a try and see what's going on. All right, we are good to go. Oh, we got somebody wanting to come up on panel. We got Epic. Oh, hell yeah. What's going on, Mr. Tim Scott? How you doing?
What's happening, Danimal? I had to wait in line.
Hey, the Danimal is out here trying. You have to wait in. Hey, you never have to wait in line for my. You're always here. Private chat. Oh, I'm in live now backstage. I'm sorry, Tim. Yeah, I was
That's
trying to get everything going and baits refreshed and everything else. Kentucky Redneck Outdoors.
It's a good thing.
Yep, Austin, how you doing? So, what's going on, Tim?
Well, besides hammered with work and not fishing, that's pretty much my life right now.
You know, we all miss.
I had to wait until
we all miss your fishing.
Open. What's that?
I said we all miss your fishing.
Yeah, I do too. It's just not an option at this point, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, that happens. You've got a pretty awesome life, and as far as what you do for work, and you know that's good that you're staying busy.
Yeah, it's I'm fortunate. You know, I mean, I'm probably busier than I should be at this point, but you know, whenever you're starting a new venture, you have to stay busy, and when it's time to work, you got to work.
Yeah, that's the way it goes.
Yep,
you got to work when you can.
So, I heard people talking about the Altamaha River and how the rumor is that there are no red-breast bluegill.
Okay, where is that river?
Florida.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know if the DNR stocked it or it was illegally stocked 25 years ago, but I've got some friends that fish the Altamaha River, and they're pretty big into flatheads, and the DNR has done some really goofball things. They either stocked it, and then all of a sudden, everybody loved it for a while, and then all of a sudden everybody was talking about their red breast bluegills, not being there. Well, in my opinion, what the problem was, it wasn't necessarily that the flatheads ate too many red breasts. It's that they put flatheads in there, and then the fishermen they kept catching 50 a day and keeping them. So you got flatheads as a new predator, and then you got humans as a predator that is probably, well, definitely way more devastating to the red breast bluegill population than the flatheads.
Right, that kind of makes sense. Yeah.
If people knew how little flatheads really eat, they would be pretty amazed. They eat a good amount at certain times of year, but most of the year they're pretty sedentary. One bluegill or two bluegills will last them for days.
Really?
And people, they think these 100-pound fish are always eating and constantly full, and they're really not. They will go on binge feeding. I've seen that, where they'll eat quite a few, digest the easy parts, the stomach, the skin, things like that, and then puke up the rest and go back to eating. But that doesn't last very long, and it's not a constant thing. So, demonizing flatheads is easy to do if you're a bluegill fisherman, I suppose.
So is that kind of why people consider the flatheads so elusive that they don't eat that often?
Yes, sir. And I know this to be fact, because during the flathead season, especially years ago, I fished them day after day after day. And even though I had great results, I averaged 10 fish a day, but I would go into certain habitats that only hold one or two fish, and you would catch them maybe once or twice in a season. They were always there, because otherwise I would have caught other flatheads on that same piece of cover, especially the isolated stuff that only has one small root ball or one small tree. Or we have things called closing dikes, and a closing dike is actually where an offshoot comes off the main river, Mississippi. They actually built these dikes to constrict the flow going into the offshoots and keep it going down the main river. Well, usually it just goes along and it dumps down like this, and then it goes back up, and then it flows. So you've got a very small, short hole right there.
Right.
So, you'd get flatheads that would set up in those under certain water conditions. And that they were, you'd have to catch them at the right bite window. And that's what I'm always saying. You got to be there, because you can't just pull up, except for in the pre-spawn, shove a bluegill in their face and then have them bite, especially this time of year right now. Did you put that up there? Was that a question by Alicia?
No, I was just kind of putting up a comment that she was just trying to show that I'm paying attention to chat at the same time as while you're talking.
Right. Yeah, and that's not easy to do.
Right.
If you guys notice, I have a jacket on inside because we haven't turned the heat on, and it's pretty cold lately. So somebody was also mentioning, and I think it was Alicia, to talk about the cooling water temperatures and how that affects your fishing.
Right.
And it kind of varies across the country, because fish act differently in the upper stretch, in the upper portion of the United States, especially in the middle, where there's no how would I say it? Ocean effect. There's no ocean effect weather that gets clear in here. So our fish truly winter. And so with blues, it creates a migration downstream. You guys have heard me talk about that a lot. But with channel cats and flatheads, they'll actually go into a true wintering mode. What happens when people don't practice? Yes,
Yep.
that is what happens.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
redneck, Kentucky redneck. So, to sort of do a broad overview about, you cannot trust magazine articles that always talk about, oh, they're putting on the fall feed bag.
All right.
Well, that's not necessarily true. One thing about channel cats, though, which is pretty common all across the country at this particular point in time, is that if you're on a medium to a small size river, or even a big river, one of the best tactics, especially, you're going to have some decent bait. You're going to have some shit.
Uh-oh. Are we losing Tim? Come back, Tim. We're still here. We still got you. We're still listening. Come back. Yeah, he dropped out, but when he wants to come back, he can come back. We have no fresh bites going on, everybody. Jeremy's Tournament Cats, I sent the link for you. You want to come up? There we go. We got somebody coming back. And we got Epic Catfish coming back. There we go. All right.
Yeah, it's, you'd think since I'm sitting right over the router,
Man, I'm sitting here. I got a damn skunk that sprayed somewhere kind of close because I smell it and it sucks. But what can I do?
All right, so let me get back to that fall transition stuff.
Yeah, go ahead.
For years, I heard, oh, the fall's the best time. It's great. They're putting the feed bag on and blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
So to kind of test that theory, since I fish so much, I always paid attention to the health of the fish, how big they are, and what's going on. And I also did a study back in college, based on water temperature, whether channel cats and flatheads,
right,
gain weight better in cooler water or warmer water. And in hot water, channel cats, they almost can't sustain their own weight. You can feed them as much as you want to in like anything over about 78, 79 degrees. So,
and that's channel cats, you said?
Yeah, channel cats, because their metabolism's so high that they just can't seem to gain weight until it's cooler water. So they are gaining weight
but they'll
food right now.
But they'll constantly eat regardless, right? I mean, because they're not picking up.
They do in the hot water. They eat more in the hot water than they do in the cold water. So, let's just say we're going to take 80 degrees versus 40 degrees. They'll eat 25% as much in 40-degree water, but gain 90% more weight than they do in 80-degree water.
Right.
If you get what I mean there.
Yeah.
So it'd be like, okay, so if you fed us McDonald's cheeseburgers while we're running a marathon race, we're not going to gain much weight. But if you carry one to me on the couch every 30 minutes, I'm going to gain a lot of weight. So it's basically that same theory. But if you carried one, a high calorie thing, I don't have to eat very much on the couch with my metabolism, my metabolism low, to gain weight and to actually sustain it. So, I mean, that's one thing. But let's talk about one pattern that works really well right now. Right now on rivers like the Illinois River, which it's not all that deep. It's 12 to 15, 17. There's some 20-foot holes, and there's some sand flats, and there's some whatever. It's pretty much a typical river. You could almost pull up. You could run your boat up and down. You can almost pull up on any sand flat that is, and just pull up onto the bank and throw out. Right now, they're out of that deep water. Even in the day, they're running around, and by move, if you move, you're going to find spots that have heavy numbers, and then you're going to find some spots that don't have hardly anything. But if you're near deep water, like a maybe a couple 100-yard stretch, 16 to 18 foot of water, and fish are in there. If I was in a tournament tomorrow, I'd go to certain places and just pull up on shore, throw my nice fresh shad out, and it's a done deal.
Yeah.
Now, is it that way necessarily all over the country? No. Yeah, I mean, the Mississippi River, targeting channel cats isn't really the easiest thing, even in the area of the Mississippi that doesn't hold blues. It's a big and diverse river, and you always hear that 90% of the fish are in 10% of the water. Well, it's even more exaggerated with catfish, especially if they're on a pattern that keeps them limited. Hey, there's Jeremy's tournament cats.
Yeah.
What's going on, Jeremy?
Apparently he's been in the basement, but it didn't show me he was in the basement. It just he commented in the private chat, but it didn't show me that I had another guest waiting. So I decided to check that. But yeah, we got Jeremy up here. So
I'm just listening to you talk, Tim.
Oh yeah, okay. So this Altamaha River thing, let's get back to that a little bit, because we kind of went over the channel cat stuff. I mean, Jeremy's on, correct me if I'm wrong, even at Santee Cooper, by the time the water starts cooling like this, you can set up on shallow flats and actually have a shot at decent fish. Am I not correct on that?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So the other thing that I hardly ever talk about is that the amount of daylight shining through the water, whether the water is clearer or more turbid, will actually, if the water is a little bit more turbid, especially with channel cats, that expands their habitat acceptability. So, where if the water, like, let's just take very small rivers that are fairly clear. When the sun's out and everything's all clear, they're pretty much relegated to the deeper recesses of that. They don't really venture to, if they are, they're hidden under logs or under rocks or stuff like that, and they don't really eat that well. But put some put a little rain in that river and have it come up a bit, and all of a sudden the channel cat's habitat doubles or triples. So just remember that. I mean, a Clearwater River at night, sure, they're gonna get up and move, and you can catch them in the shallows and stuff like that. But if you're daytime fishing, you got to be able to move to them. And I think, how's it going, Becca? Let's see that Becca's in. So just remember, none of this stuff is absolutes. There's no absolutes in fishing, especially when you're talking about all across the country. There's only trends. So you can decide for you what's going to suit your fishing situation the best. But one thing that we know for sure is that flatheads do not eat that often. They may go through a 1 hour or a 2 hour period where they eat quite a bit. Channel cats are opportunistic. They'll travel shallower. They love current, but they'll venture into areas that don't have hardly any current at all, where flatheads don't normally do that unless their population is so heavy it pressures them into finding other habitat that they're not really all that keen on, or they don't really love it. So but blues, on the other hand, unless they're in a man-made situation, and I don't fish for blues a whole lot in lakes, because they can be anywhere. Lakes is a little bit different, except for like where Jeremy fishes. It's a little bit more natural, because you do have a current flow. You do have a situation where there was an old river to it. It's not just like a big borrow pit pond where they could be 4 foot of water, or they could be an 8 foot of water, or they could be over here, or they could be over there. That I just don't enjoy fishing in a non-natural situation.
Right. Hey, what's going on, Troy? Living him in outdoors. Daniel, how you doing? And Tim, yeah, and I'm, it's taken a lot of time, and like I've said previously, I've really only actually been like trying to hardcore catfish for like the last year. I'm freaking 41 now, and I've really only been hardcore catfishing for the last year. I haven't had a lot of luck. I haven't had much in the way of big fish, but I'm starting. I'm getting. Takedown.
See, there it is. There it is.
That's right.
For a year into it, he's not doing too bad, especially with the limited access that he's got.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I've got a lot. I've got a shit ton of waters around Oklahoma City, but I've got a lot of limited bank access.
And that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Man.
But what I was getting at, what I was trying to say is I've kind of followed what everybody's been saying over this period of time that I've been in YouTube. You know, it took a lot of tragedy, a lot of hard times for me to end up in this position of finding this YouTube community and finding a lot of information and learning how to actually try to fish for catfish. And I'm learning, it's like where I'm at right now. It's all basically all channel cats, and I'm learning that, and I've kind of learned it over time, but channel cats are tuggers. They'll nibble, they'll grab, and they'll tug. And then blue cats, they'll grab and go. And I've only caught 2 flatheads, so I don't have enough experience with knowing how their bite is.
Mhm.
But it's kind of like where I'm at here. The 2 channel cats I've caught tonight so far have both been on Uncle Lou's rod, but they've sat there and they've tugged and pulled, and then I've paid attention, I've held the rod, and then when they finally, were there, it was like, okay, I'm gonna yank and I'm gonna go, and they were there.
Yeah. Oh, I went through years of not knowing when to set the hook on channel cat, especially in the warm water period. I mean, pre-spawn, they may dink tap it once or twice, but a lot of times they're going to take it down. Now, not always. Right. I mean, I just put a video out where they were dinking all day, and they were even big fish, and you could get some of them to go, but and channel cats kind of fool people, because when they're like fishing in a lake and a channel cat has to come to you and find it, usually they're pretty active, so they're going to take a rod down pretty good. But yet, when you get into a river situation, and they can be picky, or they're feeding on things as small as bugs, but yet there's a nice piece of cut bait presented to them, and they can be picky. But
right,
blues can be picky also. A lot of people don't think they can, but it's usually you're not going to catch a picky blue. A picky blue, or one that's kind of not very active, can nibble that bait, suck it in, push it out, and then usually they leave it. Where a channel cat will a lot of times stay after it.
Right. Sunfish Assassin George, he does have a question. He says, I have a 260 acre lake with channels. Should I fish the deeper water 15 to 18 foot this winter by the dam, or where it transitions into shallow water?
Well, in my experience, definitely the deeper water in wintertime. What part of the country is Sunfish in?
Right.
Georgia.
He's in Georgia, I think.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not sure he can answer that one, but
Georgia's not really a wintering area state. It's more like it's different than the middle of the United States, but it's always a good bet to fish deeper water, or the shallower water that's close to the deep water. Would you agree, Jeremy?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not a guy that likes to go into expansive shallow water without some sort of deep water nearby. You can find some catfish there, but you're definitely not going to get onto an epic situation unless conditions are so right that, like, let's just say, I mean, Santee Cooper's got a ton of shallow water. It's got a ton of catfish in it too. But if you want to go to Dinkersville, get away from the fast, get away from the deep water a long way, and just throw in 5 foot and less, and there's going to be catfish there, but there's not really going to be too many monsters in my opinion. What do you think, Jeremy? I haven't even talked to you very much about Santee Cooper. I've only fished it one time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is. I don't know. I mean, I think what you're saying about the shallow water is pretty accurate, probably for most of the places. And you're right. It has to be the right situation on our lake.
Hmm.
But the shallow water does really well. But you know, but being next to the deep, if you're in the shallow water, that's a better situation for you to get a bigger fish, though. I
Yep.
mean, our lake is kind of unique, though, but we're not really that cold.
Right.
Like
Mhm.
compared to everyone else. I mean, our water temp might only get down to like 48 degrees, and that's like
Hmm.
pretty much,
That's still kind of warm.
and it might get down to like 46 or something. And it's just got to be really cold, though. But yeah, you're gonna have to have the right situation. But I mean, our shallow water does really well, though. I mean,
Hmm.
but shallow is, what is shallow though? Really, you know what I'm saying? Some people
Hmm.
put shallow.
Some
Sure.
people think a foot shallow. Some people think 6 to 8 feet is shallow. So I guess it's all relative to the waters you're
All
fishing
right.
in.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
while we're here, while I'm talking, I
Yeah.
would definitely like to say hello to Miss Becca, Mud Tramp 0715. Thank you for coming in. We always love to have you in a live stream with us.
But like our lake, in December, January, usually if you could sit around somewhere, 5 to 8 foot, um, in the daytime, you can catch flathead. I mean, you catch flathead here all year round. And
Hmm.
some places, I
Hmm.
guess, country you really can't do. But around here, but the water temp though, they're not as active. But I mean, you can hear that you can catch flathead and 5 to 7 foot of water in the daytime, and you also can go out there in the wintertime too and catch them out there in the deepest spot too. It seems like different spots on the lake, the fishing tend to like want to do something different, and
Well, the
but
habitat's so diverse. You've got a situation. You got two lakes and a river, basically.
yeah,
There's a ton of water out there to look at, and
yeah,
so yeah, catfish are going to act a little bit differently at one end of the lake. And if anybody watched our last live, we were south of the dam, and the bite was terrible. We went up and scored two big fish within the first half an hour of being up there. Now that doesn't mean that the bite didn't turn on below the dam at the same time,
yeah.
but my guess is, with the many
People,
many years of experience I've had, is that we were just able to put these baits on these fish close enough, and it was basically just a bite window.
yeah, and that bite window, man, that is a 100% true thing. I mean, there's a lot of times I feel like there's a short window for these fish to bite.
Yeah, and it
Yeah, so we
seems
got
the cooler the water, the shorter the window. Or they'll go on trends where they feed heavily for a day, and then the next day it'll be kind of kind of so or totally off.
I, I know here, man, our shallow water, like when it gets cold, I've had I've had very good days shallow in the daytime, maybe 5 to 7 foot, 4 foot, something like that, and we've caught some 50 pounders
Hmm.
in the wintertime. But
Hmm.
it's when it's been like bluebird sky, it's been the sun's out, and it seems like it heats that water up for a day or two, and they'll come
Yep.
up in there when if it's cloudy and stuff like that. In the when wintertime, you won't get no action up there in the daytime, but like
Okay.
in the spring and stuff like that, it's like the exact opposite. It seems like when it's cloudy, you do better at shallow and stuff. But I mean, it's it is what it is. Hey, let me ask you something though, Tim. So I went to a tournament this weekend, right? A 2-day fishing tournament, and
Hmm.
I went to a place. It's called Lake Watery. I don't know if you ever
Hmm.
heard of that, but South Carolina.
Yep.
And it's like a river system. It's real narrow and stuff like that.
Okay.
But we heard from some other people that there was a thermocline and part of the lake, where we were fishing, there was like a thermocline. And I've never heard it I've heard about a thermocline before, but never like on Santee Cooper. I've never heard of anyone really talking about it. But
Yeah.
they were saying there that that's a thing there. If do y'all have to deal with that?
I've had to deal with thermoclines when I used to fish lakes quite a bit. I never have to deal with them in a river because most of my rivers have a flow enough
Okay.
that it's constantly, here I'll go this way. It's constantly turning that water over, so it doesn't really stratify. And stratify meaning and a thermocline for those of it, which I think everybody knows about thermoclines, but I'll just kind of describe it. The top
Yeah.
section has the only oxygen. The bottom section, when it stratifies like that, it doesn't have any. So you can take live baits on some of the lakes that I used to fish at, and if you set a slip float at 22 feet, your baits will be dead in like a minute. But if you set them at like 18 or 19, they'll live all day. That's a thermocline. So you don't have big fish staying in the thermocline, and some of these are more canyon style that I'm talking about. So they may be almost straight down like this, and there's almost no shallows. So if you're fishing a deep rock ledge and you're fishing past the thermocline at all, there's no fish down there. Not Table Rock Lake is like that. You can fish in that clear water when there's a thermocline too deep, and you won't come in contact with any fish, and you will mark all the fish at say 12 foot or 15 foot. So yeah, I mean, if you're dealing with a thermocline, you got to find a way of staying above that thermocline or real close to it, because catfish will venture below the thermocline, but not very often and not very much, not very long.
Yeah, I was just wondering what you thought about that, because we just heard that from people. We caught a ton. We didn't. It was a small weight tournament. The big fish of the tournament ended up only being 46 pounds, and that was on day 2. And day 1, big fish was 31 pounds. But out of 100 boats, probably 50 boats, 60 boats, everyone caught at least probably 30 fish or so per day.
Nice.
There was a ton.
Well, the bite's on.
Yeah, it seemed like it, and we caught 65 fish in 2 days.
Wow,
Nice.
that's quite a bit.
Yeah, but a lot of them were 9 to 12 pounds. You know what I'm saying? They were all about.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
We just couldn't, but it wasn't just us.
when-
There was a lot of other teams.
Sure.
We ended up getting 15th place out of 100 boats, but the weights were real. Everyone was really tight. And I was hearing from a few people in the parking lot and stuff like that about the thermocline, and we didn't know if the first guy was kind of trying to lead us in the wrong direction before the tournament. We didn't know.
Yeah.
But then we started hearing a little more from people and stuff.
You never can tell with tournament catfishermen.
I'll tell you what, boy. You ask them what color's the sky, you're gonna get the different.
Yeah, right. So Tim Austin, KY Redneck Outdoors asked a question. He said, "What if your deep holes are anywhere from 60 to 100 foot deep?"
Signal's not the greatest.
My signal?
Where's he fishing at? Where's KY? Is he in Kentucky? I'm thinking
He's in Kentucky. I'm not sure exactly where he's fishing, but yeah, Austin, where are you fishing, and what temperatures, what time of year are you talking about right now? What are you talking about? Because I think, as far as what Tim says, everything changes when it comes to temperature change and everything else. So, and I always hear that, fish are always going to be in your deeper waters, but
it's just certain areas, man. I don't know. Our lake here, our system it seems like it's definitely different than a lot of other places, just because of how shallow the fish like to be, But what Tim's saying, I mean, it's spot on, I mean, because definitely if you're fishing in a river, I mean, I would think that little bit deeper water would probably be more productive for something big,
Well,
yeah.
and somebody Kentucky cats, I think, asked, what if you've got 60 to 100 foot of water? I love 60 to 100 foot of water for super monsters. I do not like it for numbers. If I was going to go out there and try to tournament fish to where I needed, say a 10 fish limit or a 6 fish limit or something like that, I probably wouldn't pound those spots that hard. But if I was trying to catch super monsters, and that's my whole gist of everything, I'm going to look at 60. I'm going to look at 80. I'm going to look at 40, and I'm going to look at 30. But I'm going to go out there and I'm going to survey the situation, see how the fish are positioned when I mark them. I'm looking at that, and then I'm going to have to fish because I got to know whether they're going to bite or not.
Yeah. Okay. So Austin KY Redneck Outdoors saying he fishes Cumberland River or the Laurel Lake.
I fished the Cumberland River one time in the winter, and we only fished a small stretch, but it was pretty impressive to me because it's a rock-based river. So the limestone rock bottom goes along like this, and it just drops pretty hard. It's pretty neat, and I think if a guy like myself, I think I can do really well on a river like that because it lends itself well to the way I like to fish. Now, right. I will change the way I like to fish depending on where I'm at, because you got to listen to the fish. Because if I'm going on the Illinois River and I want to target big channel cats because that's all it's got, I can't keep throwing donkey baits and huge weights. I mean, I gotta switch. I gotta downsize rods, downside blind. Switch over to like 3-4 ounce sinkers and smaller hooks, and it changed my bait up. But I mean, it doesn't really. Anybody can tailor, and I was going to say, Jeremy, you were saying something about Santee Cooper being kind of a more different situation than a river is, and I would say since I've been on it, it is more like what they would call a pelagic system, and a pelagic system means basically open water. So you've got a huge body of open water that is affected greatly by the wind. Okay, yeah. It's affected greatly by the wind. It's affected greatly by the sunlight, because it is a huge solar collector. Now, small, rivers, even big rivers like the Mississippi, aren't affected that quickly by wind and sun. I mean, they are, but not to the level that a giant lake system is.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's something to keep in mind, because you basically have pelagic bait fish in that system. Stuff that comes from the ocean, they go in and out. They hang out in there's lots of gizzard shad in there. There is the blueback herring in that lake. And the blueback herring are going to hang deep at certain times because they are affected greatly by sunlight, wherever the plankton is, as well as the currents, and as well as depth, and how cold it gets at night, and how quickly it warms up during the day.
I got freshwater mullet too.
Yep.
So Tim, you mentioned the Illinois River numerous times. Now we have the Illinois River running down through Oklahoma, and it feeds. Apparently, it feeds Lake Eufaula.
Okay.
I don't know if you're familiar with Lake Eufaula. I know a lot of people are, because it is one of the best catfish, one of the best lakes in Oklahoma to fish. But
I've had
the Illinois River does feed that.
About it, but I've never fished it.
You've never been down this way, so I was just curious.
But I've never fished Eufaula, and I've never fished like Sam Rayburn and all that other stuff.
Right.
I'm more of a fan of those places that don't have a lot of fishermen. I saw the Santee River one time up by where they have all the plantations, and that looked rather interesting to me, even though I don't know much about it. But there's going to be times when those big catfish run into that shallow river. And I don't know how shallow it is. It's just narrow. It looked like it had great current. It looked like it had good habitat. But, I mean, a guy could fish it for 5 days and go, well, no, it really wasn't very good. But if you go there at the right time, especially during pre-spawn, you're going to have a fish pushing up into that.
Mm-hmm. Now, I would definitely like to fish I guess, kind of what they call, and I think what they call the lower Illinois River is probably what feeds into Eufaula.
Yeah.
Now, I'd like to fish there. I've heard there's a lot of good fishing there, and Eufaula is definitely, has the prolific catfishing in Oklahoma there. It's always been known for a catfishing lake. They always have big fish. Mm-hmm. But I would like to hit the Illinois, and like I said, I think, kind of you agreed it. I think the lower Illinois is what they talk about being above the Lake Eufaula there. but I would definitely, I want to make a trip, and that's a 2.5 to 3 hour drive for me, depending on where I'm going, out to
Yeah,
eastern Oklahoma. But I really definitely want to hit those waters. It's just, I'm finally in a position to where I can do it, but now it's getting to be the cold weather.
sure.
Um,
Turn it into
but
a trip, man.
I'm still going to be willing to do it when I get done with this job. There's going to be some travel fishing, and it's going to happen in cold weather. But I'm going to try it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Mm.
ace.
Now, let me address Rob's question here.
Yeah.
He said, speaking of monster lakes on Kerr, are the monsters likely to be deep on Kerr? I would say that, especially in the cooler months, you could catch blues shallower than you can probably in the summer, on average. Now, out of the three species, blue cats are definitely the one that likes the deepest water. On average. I mean, you can catch flatheads in deep water on the Tennessees for some reason, but on the Mississippi, big flatheads don't hang out in super deep water. They hang out in that mid range. Channel cats can be found in deep water, but most of the time they're in that mid range to shallow water. But blues have a tendency, from their instinct, not because of where they're at necessarily, and unless deep water doesn't have any bait fish in it. If deep water doesn't have any bait fish on Kerr, then all they're going to be doing in deep water is just being comfortable for a while. So that is what I would call a neutral or resting fish. And then they're going to come up shallow somewhere close to that deep water to feed and then go back down. So, it's always a good guess if you're looking for monster fish to try to find, especially on rivers and especially on lakes. You want to try to find that right, that equation where you've got at least some sort of current, some, deep water, and then you got to have access to shallow water. Because like a big, deep basin, they could be anywhere in that. And, Jeremy can attest to that because there's deep water in that, 20, 30, 40 feet. And you might have pockets of big fish hanging out at where the maybe the deep water goes to shallow water. Maybe it's the rolling hills. And Santee Cooper is not an easy lake to try to make an example to teach people how to locate big fish, and neither is Kerr, because there's so much habitat and so much of a variety of things. Sometimes you can locate big fish on lakes at tributary creek mouths, and they're not really even running. It's just because there's shallow water there and it dribbles down, and then maybe it goes to 30, 40 foot of water, and then bang, there you got your big fish. So, early in my fishing psychoness, I suppose, I tried to fish the deepest water because I was constantly theorizing about this stuff. So I'd try to fish the deepest water in ponds. I would try to fish the deepest water in lakes. I would try to fish the deepest water in rivers. And without understanding that they are, they have patterns of movement, I was wasting a lot of time fishing deep water. And the one thing that is different about back in those days, 30 years ago, is our electronics wasn't good enough in 80, 90, 100 feet of water. Now it is. So I can go into really deep water and I can see if there's fish there before I waste my time on it.
Yeah. Hey, Tim, what I was about to ask you about your electronics. So you have you got the Helix Mega, right?
Yeah, I got I think it's Helix 9.
Helix 9.
It's not even the biggest or the best. It's decent.
Do you have is it the Mega? The Mega unit, or is it the older Helix?
It's the older Helix. I think it's 4 years old.
4 years. So it doesn't have the mega imaging.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is.
Oh,
I'm really electronics ignorant, believe it or not.
I got a quick question.
Well, I didn't know if you had the mega the mega imaging on it, but yeah, man. I'm gonna be getting one here soon, but my buddy has the mega imaging for his Helix. I have right now. I have a Lowrance.
Okay.
A Lowrance unit, but it's only a 7-inch screen. But my buddy has a 12-inch Helix Mega imaging, and I don't know if you've seen any videos on that or anytime if you get a chance to check them out. But man, it is unbelievable.
Really?
The imaging, like, it is so crystal clear, and like it's honestly like a game changer in locating. Like, the thing just absolutely doesn't lie. It's been so accurate, like helping, catching bait and just different
Mhm.
things. And it just shows, like, when the fish is really, I mean, you can make out his eyeballs on his head. You know what I'm saying?
Really?
Yeah,
Really?
I swear, man, it is
Um,
unbelievable. Because my buddy, we've had two
that
different.
interests me.
Yeah, Tim. I promise you, man. Like, it, you can catch a lot of fish now, man. But it, like, on side imaging, and and the down imaging, if you're able to just hit the fish at the right angle, you know what I'm saying, riding on him,
Hmm.
with the down imaging, you can literally see, you can make out his head, his tail, his exact body type,
Yeah.
and you can blow your image up, you can click on it and kind of blow it up and look at
Mhm.
it, blow it up on the screen. But
Nice.
literally you see a darker dot on his eyeball, and you
Hmm.
can see his eyes and everything. And
Nice.
you can actually even see his whiskers on there. And then on side imaging, there's a couple times where we were drifting and just hit a fish at the right angle, and literally you could see him on side imaging, because a lot of times on side imaging you just see a white arch, kind of like a white
Yeah.
streak, something like that.
Yeah.
There's a few times where we were drifting and was able to just I think we just hit the fish at the perfect angle with it, and
Hmm.
we seen a huge fish one day, and you could see him sitting down there. It looked like a big blue, and his tail was
Hmm.
curved, and you could make out just everything on his tail, and you could literally see whiskers on both sides, coming out from the sides of him,
Nice. Nice.
and it was just it's absolutely incredible, of a unit, and he had the Gen 3 model, and now they have a Gen 4, but it's literally the same thing. It's just
Mhm.
it's
I,
just a couple little things. I guess you can hook it up to your motor, and it sends stats to your, stuff like that, stuff that
Mhm.
really not for the fishing part of it,
Right.
but
For the
yeah,
tech nerds.
yeah,
hey
for sure.
Tim,
And I'm
Yeah.
awful at it, man. I don't.
Tim, I got a quick question for you. So, okay, I sent out that bluegill head, and a little bit ago I had, that good takedown, and I wasn't able to get to it. They let go, but so I still have a good chunk of that head, but it's obvious it's been eaten on. What do you think? Send it back out or just put something fresh on?
I'm kind of a fresh bait guy. I
Yeah.
mean, with
One,
channel cats especially. I
right.
mean,
So
I've
once
been
you
on the
reel it
water.
in, you might as well put something fresh on.
Yeah, yeah, you might as well, unless you're bait poor. If you're bait poor,
Right.
reuse it. But if you're bait rich, change it. I mean,
Change it
that's
Well,
out.
that's always been mine. You know.
I'm bait poor in the sense of fresh, any kind of fresh cut fish or anything. Like I said, I brought chicken, I brought
Mhm.
worm. The worms haven't hit so far. The chicken has. The bluegill had on that one piece, but so far the other rod hasn't produced. And so,
Okay.
yeah, I figure I'd ask before sending it back out, because sometimes I would send it back out, but
Yeah,
Yeah, and
that.
sometimes I will too. It just kind of depends on how the bait looks. If
Mhm.
and I have a kind of a general rule too. If the slime is still on it, I'll throw
uh
it in. If it
okay,
still feels slimy, but if it feels dry, and I mean, of course it's wet, but if it feels like the scales are dry, there's no slime coat left on it. Because I think the slime coat is a major attractor. I
okay,
mean,
yeah, that makes
there's no
sense, and I
doubt in my
felt
mind.
it. Yeah, I was feeling it with my fingers as you were saying that, and yeah, it just pretty much just kind of feels like a dry chunk of fish.
Yeah, that unit though, Tim. If you do get a chance, man,
Yeah.
it's the Helix or Solix, Mega SI DI, side imaging, down imaging, um, unit or whatever, it's in the Humminbird. and it don't matter
Mhm.
what size it is. It all has the same stuff. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, if you get a
Yeah.
chance to look at some video stuff, and it's it's literally like the images are just a tiny bit blown up, but the
Mhm.
clarity is unbelievable. 'Cause, I mean, I have a my unit's only 3 years old for it's a Lowrance HDS Live, and it's really good. Imaging's really good, and I see my buddies, and I was like, I cannot believe how much clearer it was, and stuff like that. But, um,
I
if
would
you,
be more interested in. I'd be interested in a fish finder that has two qualities. I want to know. I want to know the species of fish because there's been a few times that I've set up on a mass of 40-pound buffalo or
mhm,
on sturgeon. I did it this last winter on the Mississippi. I set the boat up on a pile of sturgeon. Didn't know they were sturgeon, but they wouldn't bite, so I got to assume they were either blues, sturgeon, or paddlefish. But if I could see the outline of them better, I knew they were big,
yeah,
and they were in the right location. But every once in a while, you'll get sturgeon move into a catfish style spot. You'll get spoonbill move into a catfish spot. You'll get big buffalo move into a catfish spot, and or giant Asian carp. So
yeah,
I'm very confident when I'm marking fish. I know how big they are, and
yeah,
usually because of their location, I can tell you what they are. Like I never mistake flatheads, because I know what they're. I mean, if it's a flathead spot, there's not 40-pound buffalo hanging out in flathead spots. There's
mhm,
not sturgeon hanging out well, there could be below dams and stuff in deeper water dams, but neither here nor there. That is, I would be way more interested in something like that than even seeing whiskers or whatever. Now, I did like some of the videos showing the live scope. The
yeah,
live scope, you could tell whether they were paddlefish. You could tell you could tell by their movement
yes.
whether they were blues or flatheads or whatever. But I've heard that the live scope doesn't work well in deep water.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it does. I know. I've seen there's a bunch of different live scopes. Everyone's trying to do Lowrance, like the when I have
Mhm.
the live, I have to get a different transducer for it to work. So I
Okay.
haven't got there. I've seen a lot of videos on it. Don't care for the quality. Humminbird, the Mega one, they have a lot a live scope stuff they do too. I don't like that either of what I've seen on video. But
Hmm.
the Garmin
Yeah.
one looks like it is light years ahead of everybody. It seems like you
Yeah.
can really see for that. But the Mega for unit for the Helix and the Humminbird, uh, you can. I've been out there a bunch and I've seen, we've looked at it, seen some of the fish, and stuff like that. But it would just take a few trips out and actually running over fish and looking at them, you know what I'm saying? And I think you would
Hmm.
easily be able to identify what is what after a few trips out. Maybe it take 5, 6 trips of running over fish.
Yeah. And it's all those are interpretation. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I had to
Yeah.
learn what I was looking at by physically catching the fish that I had marked.
Mm-hmm.
So I know if it's a 4 foot or a 3 foot or a 5 foot fish. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
I know if they're 10-pound, dinks, even in, and it's weird. Like the shallower the water, the bigger the marks look. So when I'm in 30 foot and less, I know that a fish that's, this long on my screen isn't
Mm-hmm.
necessarily a giant. I got to look for the thickness
Yeah.
because, they'll appear long. And this is a good thing for everybody that's watching right now to know is that when you're anchored or even floating down, if fish are moving underneath the boat, they're going to appear longer. But if they're long streaks, they're generally moving. If you don't see that height, if they're a single color, usually a small fish. You got to get into before you get into a 40-pound fish or better, you need 3 colors on a color graph. You need the blue line, you need the yellow, and you need the red. Then you're talking about a stout fish. But I don't even set up on fish unless I'm seeing, because I'm kind of spoiled that way as far as where I fish and all that. I don't even want to anchor on a spot if I'm not seeing
Yeah.
mega beast.
that's a good thing to do, though. If you're not seeing the fish, why set up on a spot? Because if you know how to read your unit,
Yeah.
it makes a huge.
Yeah.
It's such an advantage to know what's going on. Because why set up in a desolate area where you're really not marking much? You might have a
Exactly.
fish come through there, but
Yeah.
why? How about spend an extra 20, 30 minutes riding around on a ledge, whatever you're trying to do? You know what I'm saying, and try to locate something because. You do it like that, you could throw out, hit him on the head, and have a big one in the boat fairly quickly.
15 minutes. Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
Tim
that's
and
what I was
Jeremy.
going to talk to Dan about. The
Yeah. Hey,
frustrating thing, Dan,
I,
the frustrating thing for bank anglers when they hear of boat anglers putting up those huge numbers 20, 30, 40, 50 fish. It's almost always because a bank spot is you're so limited. Either there's fish there or they're not. They're going to travel to you or they're not.
Sure.
So I mean, and as far as moving fish that are actually physically reaching, just searching around, it's a very small percent of the population that does that. Most of the population waits for fish to come to them. And that's why I said in earlier, when you're talking about big fish, my experience is I've never done really well waiting for fish to come very far. Now I'll set up a boat to where I'm going to ambush fish because I know where they're coming to, and they're sedentary where they're at now because I've already put baits on them and they won't bite. So I got to go upstream, downstream, or sideways to see if I can ambush the few that get active and then move up. Now, but understanding that as a bank angler, that if you can get a milk run to where it's fairly easy to set up, fairly easy to put baits out, and then move, you're going to do a lot better as far as numbers. Now, doing a live, it's going to be tough. There's no doubt. I mean, my little river that is below the house, if I want to catch more than 5 channel cats, I either got to ambush them at night or I got to move during the day. And so, there's only a few spots where you can ambush them, even on a small river, to where you've got a neck down, you've got a whatever, and it's very interesting because it's actually a fairly deep hole, which is only about 4 to 6 feet, because the rest of the river is only about 1.5 feet. So basically, the water comes in to this deep hole, kind of swirls around a little bit, and then there's a real shallow shoal, gravel bar, and it's not a big area, but all the way across the river, it's only 4 foot wide, and it's only about 2.5, 3 foot deep. So if I put 4 rods out, if I put one downstream right at the head or into that channel, that little bitty channel that leads into that deep hole, I'm going to catch a fish on that rod and none of the rest. Almost no time do I catch a channel cat up above that unless I take that last rod out, and then it's going to be the next one. But then my other 2 rods are just sort of willy-nilly placed in this hole. I may catch fish on them or I may not. But once I put that in that fish's travel zone, in his detection zone where he can smell that, it's game on. So I know the amount of fish that are moving through there, because if they move through there in the shallow, their backs will stick out of the water. So there's only that little channel to move. And so when they're moving, I know what they're moving, and I may fish there from dark till midnight and catch 7 fish. So I know 7 fish came within that zone because I didn't get a single bite on my other 3 rods that I've got in that hole that's not very big. Because if they milled around at all, they would find it. So I'm ambushing these catfish along this hard bank in that little narrow trench, and that's it. The other thing I want to say about blues is in the wintertime, I've caught blues in such shallow water, when you set the hook, their backs come out of the water.
really?
But never have I done that except for on like those bigger lakes and things like that, where there's deep water relatively close.
I want to say hi to Pontoon Jody. Thanks for coming in. Lance Makugai, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Jody's asking what the fish snatcher is going on here. Jody wants to see your tooth there, Epic. And we got Kelly. The Bullock Experience has popped in. Carmel Muncie. Now, Tim, I do appreciate you and Jeremy both talking about, the fish finder stuff and how to, how to depict or understand what kind of a size a fish is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Now, like I said, I do have two small boats that we're still working on. The aluminum boat, it's just a 14-foot Blue Star. It's ready. The trailer's ready. I've got to make some brackets to mount some rod holders. Otherwise, it's ready to get out. And yeah, I'm ready to go find some damn fish. And I've never, you guys talking about it, I've never used a fish finder, so I've got one kind of that we've thought about going ahead and getting. And I like the Garmin. Garmin's good. They're a good brand, but they've got more of the, the up and down, the I guess you'd say the vertical screen. And to me, I kind of like the horizontal screen to give you a little more view. I don't know if that matters,
Well, one
but
thing about it, Dan, if you've never used a fish finder before, you don't have to get too fancy. You don't have to get too
Right.
expensive. I mean,
Right,
you can
no.
probably find them all over on Facebook that are still good units, because there's guys that just constantly upgrade. That's all they do. They got to have the newest and the biggest and the best, and that's
Right.
fine. Nothing wrong with that. But when they sell their old units, which makes it a lot more affordable, because I think, a guy doesn't have to spend $1,500, $3,000, $4,000. I think you can really get into a nice unit for, I'll bet if you found the right deal, a few $100s, especially for what you're going to put it on and where you're going to go, because you're not probably looking at something like the Mississippi, or you're not going to be doing tournaments or anything like that. So,
No,
I mean,
not
I found
anytime
just
soon.
as many big fish with an old Legend 2000 from
Right.
a long time ago. I mean, that was a Humminbird Legend 2000. It was basically like the game of Space Invaders, but I could figure out how big they were and how deep they were.
And there's plenty of people that still fish. Hell, we got a neighbor that, his boat, he still uses an old school, and I don't know what brand it is, but there's no color to it. It's still an old school fish finder, and it just lets you know that there's fish in the area. And there's still plenty of people out there that use the old school ones that still work and still put them on fish.
Yeah.
For sure. A lot of times,
well, as luck would have it, my signal is starting to degrade. You guys sound like robots. So I'm going to get off here. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm gonna jump back into chat and listen to what everybody's got to say.
All right, Tim, I definitely appreciate you coming up, sharing some insight, and giving us your views and everything. That's always a plus. We appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
I love doing it.
Yep.
See ya.
Thank you. Bye. Yep. That's definitely everybody. It's always a plus to have Tim Scott, Mr. Epic Catfish, come up on a live stream and share his insight, his views, and let us know what he's thinking. And answer questions people have to ask. And we got Chris Usselton and Fishing Local 336 that I was spreading the word about earlier tonight. We got some new viewers in here, so I appreciate everybody coming in. So what's going on, Jeremy? What you got?
Oh, nothing, man. I like hearing Tim talk. You know what I'm saying, about whatever he wants to talk about with fishing.
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what I'm saying? It's always good to sometimes just good just to listen. You know what I'm saying?
And
I like
go ahead.
I like that he knows that, different areas, different situation, he knows what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying?
And I like the fact that he doesn't talk down to anybody. He, I can't find the fish. All I can do is come out and throw baits in the water and just keep trying. Just keep trying different areas. Just keep trying different baits, different techniques, everything. And
from the bait,
he doesn't. He doesn't talk down. He understands that people are out there. They're starting out. They're doing what I'm doing. They're doing what he's doing. They're doing everything. And he talks in a way that he tries to talk in a way that everybody can understand, and that's awesome. Tim is a great counselor when it comes to fishing, and he's an awesome man.
Yeah, exactly, man. He's got, that's right.
Yeah.
I was looking at some of the depth finders here, the little bit cheaper ones. You know what I'm saying, Dan?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, they
Yeah.
got good stuff, man. That like the one I was talking about, the Mega. Humminbird Mega
Right.
that I was talking to Tim about, and man, they got some here, man, that are the smaller screen, 7-inch screen. That's not too small though. I mean, I have a
Yeah.
7-inch. It, it's it's pretty good, you know what I'm saying? And they're not, they're like $700. I mean, it's
Oh,
still
well,
expensive,
yeah, but
but
yeah, I ain't got $700 to spend on a
I,
fish finder. I got, we're looking at something to start out with, in like the $200 Lowrance,
yeah,
that kind of thing.
oh, yeah, they got yeah, man, they got some nice stuff. If you get a chance to, man, if you ever get the time, check out some videos on that stuff on their, on their, you know, on their dang depth finders, and just how stuff is,
Yeah.
you know.
Darlene Perry's in the house. How you doing, Darlene? Thanks for popping in. But yeah, Jeremy, don't have a whole lot of money to spend, and if my dad's looking at buying something, and whatever we can, I can always pop in, and now that I'm back to working, that's not a guaranteed, continued thing. It's only going to last as long as it lasts, and I might spend another couple months off work before the next job, but I'm in a financial position where I can help out. I can do things. Um,
Yeah,
so maybe I can throw a little extra there. That way we can, we get something a little bit nicer. And I don't know if we're going to end up with side imaging or not, but something we can, something we can use. And I know the biggest part. A lot of it has to do with keeping up with your water temperature and your depth and everything.
yeah, and a lot of times, man, it's good just to know your depth. Make sure you're near a spot and stuff, and helps out. But in my opinion, I've instead of waiting a little longer, like saving up a little bit extra money, not like thousands, but just a little bit of extra money, and
Yeah.
and waiting, because all of us, man, we see something we like and we have the money for it, and we want to get that, but there's something we would rather have. You know what I'm saying? It's just
Right.
sometimes it's good to wait a little bit. There's time. I bought stuff and I'm like, oh, it's real good, but then you find something even better. And
No.
it's
Yeah.
like, just said, I'm gonna hold out a couple more months
Mm.
and a little bit more up. You know what I'm saying? But it happens. You know what I'm saying? But I'm looking at one right now, man. It's the Helix 7, and it has side imaging and GPS on it. To show you where you're
Yeah.
driving. And this one's $475.
I mean,
For
that's
seven.
not horrible.
Yeah, it's just yeah, man. Everyone's but it's just it's all different, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, hell, I understand that too. I mean, people like I went to that fishing tournament this weekend. I seen so many boats with the biggest depth finder
Oh
possible.
yeah.
It's just
Yeah. Hey, two old vets, Rob, I appreciate you coming in and hanging out with us for as long as you did. I definitely appreciate it. We've been going for almost 2 hours and 20 minutes, and I believe Rob has been here for the majority of it. So I definitely appreciate you being here. Catfish Hero Sean says Mr. Tim Scott is definitely an awesome guy, and he is. And I want to say also that Sean is also just as awesome of a guy. He is, he's always out there with Tim. He's always fishing. He's a great guy. He keeps up a chat. He's open and cool guy.
Yeah.
Both of them, they will share any information they have. They're both awesome guys. I love them both. And if I get to make it up to Kansas City for CatCon, I hope they make it down. I hope I get to meet them. I'm looking forward. I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to make it at least up there. I'm going to try for Kentucky CatCon. I think that comes in February, but I can't discount that one. But KC is definitely a possibility because that's only a 5 hour drive for me. And if there is a possibility that maybe we can make another. I can drive up an extra 2 hours to get to St. Louis area where they fish, and maybe spend some time fishing with them if that's a possibility. That would be awesome. If not, you know, we tried, but you know, if I get to meet them, I get to meet them. That's going to be awesome. Eventually, it'll happen, I'm sure. But yeah, Tim
Hey.
says we're all great people, and he enjoys helping and hearing all about everybody's fishing situations. And yeah,
Yeah,
Tim
man.
is always definitely there to help everybody. So that's awesome. We can't,
Yeah, that's cool.
we can't put, you know, we don't want to put Tim on a pedestal, but Tim is just definitely an awesome guy who is, you know, he's helped so many people. You know, he deserves a pedestal,
Hell yeah,
but
man. You a giant fish like that, people gonna listen to you.
oh
And
yeah,
you
well,
more consistently. I mean, it's just the way it is, though. But people who catch smaller fish, they have good insight on things too. I mean, everyone can, but everyone. That's what I'm saying. Everyone can learn from everybody.
yeah, and that's what's great about Tim is he's, you know, you could call him the master of catfishing, but he is such a humble, just well versed man that you can put him up on the highest pedestal, but at the same time he's sitting right on the same level as all of us.
Hey, you talking about Matt?
And
I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
no, I'm talking about Tim Scott. You could put him. You could put him. You could say he's the Mount Everest of fishing, but at the same time, he'll sit right down on the same level as everybody else, and he will be right there with everybody and not care that he's done everything everybody wants to do.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, he might be the master catfisherman, but let me get my shirt in here. I'm the master baiter. Trying to get.
Now, once you get off camera, I'm sure you're going to be.
You're hell, dude. My wife got me this shirt for Christmas one day. It says master baiter on it. Oh man, it's hilarious.
Well, Alicia, I'm gonna do what I can to make it out to Kentucky. I don't know what's going to happen come February or how things are going to be, but I will definitely try to make my way out there.
Dan, you need to get in your truck, roll down there to Alicia and go fishing.
Yeah. Well, when it comes, I need to get my damn car going. I need to. Well, I got to fix the brakes on it, and I got to fix the damn clutch on it. But my car and my truck get about the same gas mileage, but my car is going to be a lot more fun to drive, and I'll make it there a lot faster.
Yeah, sure.
I've hit the top speed limiter on it, and my truck's nowhere near it.
Oh boy.
165, baby. Anyways, but yeah. Chris Usselton says Epic is spot on at telling you how to, but the best part is he will explain to you the why, and it's that approach, that particular way. Yep.
Yeah, that's for sure, man. I tell you, if Tim checks out the mega imaging that the
Mm-hmm.
Helix has now, that stuff, he'll absolutely fall in love with it. Like, absolute no doubt about it. He'll be. I mean, he'll be happy he's seen something on that. I promise you. I mean, if you can do anything that might help you, you know what? It's not that unit the set, all that stuff. It's not. It might. It's not that it might not help you. It will up your game.
Oh
It
yeah.
just, what I'm saying. It's just, and you can get it on your boat. There's people that have them things to go to tournaments, and guess what? They got the biggest boat, the fastest boat. They got all the stuff, but guess what? They don't come back with fish a
Right.
lot of times. You still gotta put work in out there. You can't just show
Yeah.
up and, hey, I got all these toys and stuff and just start catching fish. It
Oh,
don't
yeah.
work like that.
Well, that's like you look at Steve Douglas. He's got that fancy aluminum deep hole boat with
Yeah.
three. He's probably got $10,000 in fish finders between the
Yeah,
three fish finders he's got. Now
he's
he is a man. He is a man that knows how to use what he has, and he knows how. He puts them to work, and they work for him.
exactly.
Me, there's no point in me having those kind of fish finders because until I can fish the kind of waters that he has or Tim has or anybody else that fishes waters that has the big producing fish like that, I don't need anything like that. Now, Tim and Steve Douglas and them, they need them. They can put them to work.
Yeah.
Me, me eventually, one of these days, maybe I'll be on that level, but you know,
They've-
I'll get what I can get, and
oh
we'll
yeah.
start out that way.
Hey, but like Steve Douglas and all them, like they have years of fishing, a lot of years of fishing, and
Oh
trying to
yeah,
things, and just you know have their equipment, just making sure it's on point. I mean,
Mhm.
they
Well,
didn't just snap their fingers and have everything on their
I don't
boat,
know.
or
Well, think,
even know how to use it. You can have it, but if you don't know how to
oh, yeah.
read either settings, there's all kind of crazy.
Oh, yeah. Well, think of the years that Steve and a lot of these other big time fishermen. Think of the years that they put in without having these electronics. They
Exactly.
probably put in a lot of years being able to read the waters, find the locations, and everything else. And then all they did, they were able to use their own personal knowledge and add the fish finders to it just to kind of add a little help.
It just makes it, yeah, man. That's exactly.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like, it's kind of like going from a computer to a smartphone. You know how to use the computer, but hell, the smartphone's 100 times more convenient than a damn computer a lot of times, and
Hmm.
you know
Yep.
you can up your game.
All I can say for people, if you are buying a debt funder, don't rush into it and watch every video you can about every different type of debt finder. If you're wanting side imaging, look up all the debt finders with side imaging. There's a video out there for everything, and
Oh yeah,
you can't read, you can't, people see all these images on the video, some YouTube, like, oh, well, I don't see that stuff on my debt finder. Well, they're in a different lake, most likely. And if you're not driving over nothing, that's actually, you can just be driving on a flat and
I
it's
got,
going to be flat. There's not going to be nothing to show you really, and unless you
yeah.
ride up or something like that, it's, you
Hey,
know,
Jeremy, I gotta point this out.
Mhm.
Rico Fishing Local 336. He said a few minutes ago. He pointed out that you bought that shirt from Catfish Dave.
Man, I got this for Christmas like 2 years ago before Catfish Day. He jumped.
Yeah.
He bought my shirt. Let's go with that.
And then we got. I'm sorry, Eugene Brooks. I know I saw you forever ago, but Tim and Jeremy were talking, and I didn't want to interrupt, and I wait for a point to break in. But Eugene, I appreciate you coming in. I'm sorry I didn't say hi to you earlier. I definitely appreciate you being here. Fishing Dan and Alicia. Yep. But and then Sunfish Assassin George says he's stuck. He cannot break the 500 sub barrier and stay there. And you know what, George? I'm in the same boat with 340 right now. I keep seeing 341, but I keep going down to 330 something. And, I'm at 339 today. Eventually I'm going to maybe get back up and maybe I'm going to get up and stay above 340. And then maybe eventually I'll get to 350. And who knows, maybe I'll break that 500 mark. Hopefully, hopefully I'm going to get back into and I'm going to start getting my metal working going and we're going to see how that goes. But I'm not going to be gaining a lot of subs from my fishing, that's for sure. But you know what? I don't really care. I just come out to fish and enjoy my time, and whoever wants to enjoy it with me, that's awesome. I'm not here. I don't think I'm going to make a living on YouTube. So you know what? All I'm going to do is make a pleasurable time when I'm out doing it and enjoy my time with everybody like you, Jeremy, Alicia, Tim Scott, Eugene, Chris Hustleton, everybody that comes into my live stream. I definitely love and appreciate everybody for coming in and hanging out. I can't thank everybody enough for spending their time with me.
That's right, man. I got to Friday night. I got to 300. No, Thursday night. Thursday or Friday. I
Yeah,
don't know. I think it was Thursday. I ended up getting to 300 finally.
that's awesome.
And I got to put out some more. This next couple of weeks, I'm gonna start doing a lot more YouTube stuff and just get back to doing some more lives and
Just think it hadn't been that long since you were begging for subscribers.
I know, man. I know, right? It's just, go, if they're gonna
Yeah.
come, man. It's just the way it is. It looks like come in spurts. 1 week I gained almost 100, and then went 2 weeks with maybe gaining 20 or 15 or 10 or something. It wasn't. This just is what it is.
Hey,
I
just think of how long it's been since we've heard you brag about how you've got 16 rod holders on your boat.
I know, right?
Now you brag about the fish you catch and not how many rod holders you got.
Exactly, man. We fished this place called Lake Watery, and it was for my first time ever going there, and we were just drifting the whole time, and man, we caught so many fish. It was just, I mean, it was crazy. It just one of them places. But I guess a lot of people were saying the last few years they've been like commercial people's been coming there and taking a lot of
Mm,
the fish out, and they said it's really hurt the place. And
right.
there's a ton of 10, 15. There's bigger fish. There is still bigger fish. There's probably 70, 80 pounders in there, but it seems like they're maybe far and few between right now,
Yeah.
but so, I mean, it's literally, in my opinion, man, it's almost as on fire as like the Potomac River is. It really is. I couldn't believe you know, how crazy fast action it was, I mean, and we only daytime fish. We never even nighttime fish. I couldn't imagine. I mean, the bite might even be that much better at nighttime.
Right.
But, you
Well,
know,
I haven't had much luck daytime fishing. Now when I've spent now there was a period of time for a little while that I was going out. I'd be getting out about 5, 6 in the evening, and
hmm
I'd be staying out till about 7 or 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. Seemed like a lot of times my best bite was kind of in the early to late evening,
hmm
and then night kind of dissipated until a lot of times about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, 3, and then it would die, and then about 7 to 9 o'clock in the morning is when my bite was coming back. But I was spending a lot of times I was out there for 12 to 17 hours, and I was just all I could do is just keep switching baits, keep recasting in different areas, keep switching and doing what
doing
I could.
it. Yeah, man.
But I didn't have a whole lot of luck, and that's I just constantly I'm always trying to find a different. I'm trying
Different.
to fish all the different waters I can, and I can't say that if I don't do it, I can't say that I can't catch fish there or I haven't caught fish there.
Yeah.
And all I can do is just get out and keep trying.
Yeah, that's all you can do, man. Just keep trying, and you could do exactly what you've been doing, right? But a
Yeah.
different part of the a different river, a different part, start part of the country or whatever, and it could work,
Oh
but
yeah.
it's just location, man. Sometimes if the fish aren't there, especially on the bank, you got to wait on them. It's not like you can drift. It's not like, and then move, especially with the YouTube stuff. If you don't have service in a spot for a live, you can't do it anyway.
Yeah.
And it, but
That's the thing. Where I'm at here in Oklahoma, in central Oklahoma. I with T-Mobile, I always have signal. Everywhere I've been, everywhere I've tried to live stream, I always have signal. So that is great for me.
yeah, that's good.
Um, and it's always perfect. It doesn't matter. Now there's a couple times that it seems like when the nighttime comes or something like the kind of like I don't know if they drop how that works, but it's kind of like you can end up on a damn FM radio station. Middle of the day, you'd have perfect signal, and then all of a sudden, the sun goes down and your signal drops. I don't know
Yeah,
what it is, but I have been fortunate enough, as opposed to a lot of people who try to do this. I've been fortunate enough to have perfect and awesome signal everywhere I've gone. It'd just be good if I caught more fish, but I can't make the fish come to my hook. All I can do is just keep sending out baits, and I didn't mention that I did bring some eel that I had left over in the freezer, and it finally thawed out enough to try to use. So I do have when I rebaited the other little while ago, I do have a piece of eel out there. Um,
that's cool.
so
Try
far
something.
nothing.
Try something. Man, that's
Uh,
I mean, it's just
Duggar.
And when you're not able to catch the fish, they're just not, because it's never like usually it's not because of a lack of trying. You know what I'm saying? It's,
Oh yeah.
fish just ain't there. Man, I've been out to our lake and drifted all over the place, 7-8 hours, and catch 2 little tiny fish. I mean, it's
Oh
just
yeah.
if you're not in the right location, you ain't gonna catch it. But being in a boat, you can move. But on the bank,
Yeah.
man, like around our lake, I've done a couple of tournaments at for our YouTube, to there. But besides that one place, and it's a military place, you can't just go on there.
Right.
You have to have an ID and stuff to get on the place. So, but besides that one place, there's not many bank spots, and if there is, there's no service. I mean, there's only
Right.
two. But we were trying to check some. My guy I fished with yesterday in the tournament was showing me a spot, a little river that runs into our lake. It's not little; it's kind of bigger, but it's like Santee River, and I think Tim might have said something about, I don't know, but out there, and he was saying, man, you can catch, here in the wintertime, so you can catch 20, 30 fish out there, and
Right.
I kind of had a little service at the bridge. But it might be something I look into, to go and, walk the bank or something, because it's real nice looking. It's just a long, it's a little river. It's cleared off on both sides. There's a dams in between them, and they like there's a fish lift. So when these heron and the river shad run, and they start running in about January to April, they'll
Yeah.
have a fish lift and they'll pick these fish up and drop them into our lake so they can migrate and all this other stuff or whatever. But but
Yeah. Well,
you
like
can't.
Tim said I need to fish Woodcover where they filmed that old Scooter Bivens noodling show. I mean, hell, Tim, that spot that I fished, where I fished the 7-7 tournament. I fished the same river, the same exact, well, not same exact spot. When I fished the very first time I went there, me and my dad went there 2 nights before that tournament, and I fished down on the river bottom where the water level had dropped and the water had dropped out enough where the soil was stable that I could set up and go fish out there.
Mhm.
Well, I that first night I caught a 5 pound blue, like a 2.5 pound blue, and a 4 pound flathead, and a turtle. But then I went there 2 nights later and I didn't get anything. So it's to me, I mean, it's shitty, but there was a lot of wood cover. There's a lot of down trees and brush piled up on the side of that river and everything. But you know, casting at night across a river with minimal lighting, hell, I got hung up so many times.
Mhm.
It's one of those things. All you can do is try and hope that you're casting into a right spot or a good spot. And I had absolutely no luck that night. And there was, like I said, there's a lot of, if you look at the thumbnail from that, my redemption video or live stream that night, that was trees piled up across the river. But trying to cast over there and end up in a good spot in the middle of darkness is not a very easy thing. The fish weren't there that night, and I don't know what the hell happened, but that's the way it is. They weren't there. And yeah, I'd love to be able to get out somewhere, and my casting is never spot on. That's one thing. I'm not real good at pinpointing where I want to cast, but
Mhm.
I try in a
So
boat during the day. Yeah, that'd be nice. Epic. Yeah, like I said, we got the little Bass Raider boat and got the 14 footer, little Blue Star. Hopefully, pretty soon we'll get them out there. Um, Need to buy a new battery for the plastic boat, and that I've got metal. I've got to build some new seat brackets for it, and that shouldn't take me too long. I need to get on that and do that, but otherwise, yeah, uh, they should be out pretty soon.
I seen Epic say something about in the boat during the day.
Yeah.
better fish and stuff like that. It just, you know, I don't know, man. Let's see here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go adjust my baits here in a second and see if because I cast Uncle Lou's rod. I walked down the bank and I cast it out pretty damn far down the bank or down the river.
That's
And I
cool.
adjusted it once, but I'm gonna probably bring it in a little bit more and then check a couple of these other rods and see what I got going on, or see if maybe I can get them in a different spot or something. But I'll post the comment here. Post the link again if anybody wants to come back up. Sean, I appreciate you coming in. Have a good night, brother. Don't work too hard tomorrow.
Let's see who.
I'm gonna hope to try to catch a second fish.
Oh, okay, 4 pound crappie.
We're chilling with 8 people, but you know what? That's 8 lovely people I enjoy having in here. Seems like the majority of everybody's been chatting all night, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, yeah, man. Sometimes the fish don't cooperate, and they might just be a half a mile downriver, half a mile this way or that way, just for whatever reason. But the spot you've been fishing, man, there's got to be some time of the year at some point gotta be fire. You know what I'm saying? The fish got to come in there and just start eating.
There's got to be eventually.
Exactly, it has to be, and that's where like when I do tournament stuff, and it's like you find there's certain times of the year where your spots are just so good, but I've learned that you can't just stay in them little areas all year long.
No,
because it doesn't work. The fish move so much. It's and some fish don't. They're all a little different. It's just what
yeah.
you got one.
Well,
You can catch them at 50 foot on our lake, 60 foot, and then you can go on the other side of the lake in 4 foot and catch them. It just.
Mr. Tim Scott's coming back up.
Oh hell, Tim!
Yeah. Now, when I fish Draper,
you guys were
when I
talking
fish,
about some stuff that reminded me. Okay, so Dan, you were talking about basically pre-fishing for your live show or your tournament or whatever, and you go catch fish in this particular location, and then you wonder why there's no fish there the next day.
Yeah,
a lot of times, all it takes in a small river is 6 inches or 4 inches of drop, and all of a sudden they're either there or they're gone. And like
right.
Jeremy was just saying, they're so highly mobile that the only situations that you find fish that are completely in the same areas for weeks on end is really low water. They don't seem to be able to move in those smaller or mid-sized rivers, because really, I mean, during the pre-spawn, they'll move in low water, especially like through riffles and stuff like that. But in the post-spawn, meaning summertime period, they'll generally hang out in those small areas. The thing about it is, once you sting those fish up, and if just say it's a spot maybe the size of a living room.
I'm getting a bite. Go ahead, keep going. Keep going. I'm gonna watch it.
The size of a living room. If you went and the 4 fish that were in there were active and you caught them, chances are you stung them up, and the next day they're not going to be doing anything anyway. I mean, Jeremy knows that if he pre-fishes for tournaments, you can actually ruin a spot by pre-fishing it.
Yeah, no doubt. I like to go looking. I like to if I think I like an area, go look at it. Okay, it looks whatever it looks like, But then I like to go to other spots and do some fishing, because if you might do terrible in other spots and you can hang your hat and go back on your spot that you liked from the get-go that looked good, and don't burn them up. Because you sit there and catch some fish, they're not going to sit there and keep wanting to off.
Yeah. I think what kind of killed me on that river was, that first night me and my dad went and fished there, the river was down quite a bit. And then I was totally planning on setting up where I fished that first night. But then when I went for the tournament 2 nights later, the water was up probably a foot to 18 inches higher, like in the whole, overall depth. So I think that, that kind of screwed things up for me, maybe,
Oh,
kind of like what you're
absolutely.
talking to. Yeah.
I mean, if I was to do a whole teaching video about that, I've got some rivers that are clear. I mean, you can see the fish. I
Hmm.
mean, you it's literally it's clear water. It's 3-4 feet deep, and it's riffle hole run, sand all over the place. And their location will change day to day with just 2 or 3 inches. I mean, when it's really low, they're all packed in there. The catfish, you can see channel cats.
All
And
right.
one of the things that night crawlers, I can use all the night crawlers I want to during the day and almost never catch the good channel cats. You'll catch the little fiddlers or whatever, but I can see an 8 or 10 pound channel cat put a night crawler right in front of his face and he'll just ignore it. But if I put
Right.
a big nice piece of cut bait in there, he may be, and you can literally watch them. You can drop your bait like off a bridge or off of a rock right in front of them, and they will literally be just sitting there. And then that night crawler totally, I mean, they'll absolutely just ignore it, put in a piece of sucker or a shad or something like that, and you'll see them go from negative or neutral, and then they'll start to kind of move around a little bit, and they might even move up towards your bait, pass it, come back, and then suck it in and go down. It's pretty darn incredible. And I could spend days doing that. But it's I'm kind of past that as far as something I really like to do. Plus, the signal's terrible down there. There's like no signal. I can't even make a phone call down there. But
Damn, I feel you.
to get back to that small Oklahoma type river thing, I forget what the name of that stinking river was. Maybe it was the Grand River, but I watched that show pretty intently when it was on. I don't know how many years ago it was, probably 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago. And that river was surprisingly shallow, very shallow, but held big fish. And I thought, man, if I wouldn't care if I weighted it or took a float tube down it or whatever. And they're noodling fish, that are, and there's big blues in it too, because evidently it's a small river that feeds into a bigger lake, I guess.
And
And
it
so
could have been the Red River.
what's that? It was the Red River.
Like
It was the Red
the
River.
Red River. It runs basically along the Oklahoma-Texas border.
How far are you from that?
I can make it down there in about 2 hours.
Dude, Dan, that will change your life. If you can bring 2 vehicles, float a good 10-mile stretch of that river, have some decent live baits, some good cut baits, and have a decent anchoring system on a small John boat or anything like that, you could probably get through that thing with just oars. But
Right.
if you go with the pre-spawn, your personal best will go to 50 pounds in 2 trips.
You think?
You. Oh, I know so.
Yeah.
There's
I know
no
that.
doubt in my mind.
And the Red River, that's where, now I talk about, like a lot of people talk about alligator gar and stuff. I mean, that's where the state record alligator gar was caught, 254 pounds. That, and there have been a lot of big flatheads caught down there, and apparently you said there's blues in there too. So
there is.
Yeah.
There's blues. I watched every episode of that show 3 times because I really enjoyed seeing where these fish were located. I'm not a big fan of noodling, but I wanted to see where they were located, and it surprised me that they were up that shallow in that river system with a lack of current, because it was pre-spawn period. Because they're not necessarily going to be up there unless, but the pre-spawn down there, I'm assuming is going to be probably April, May. Because it's far enough away from ours is June for the flatheads. But anyway, that river right there, if you could go and spend some time on that and do a little filming, it'll change your stars, buddy.
Yeah. And Lance, I know you've told me to go down there, and I've been planning for quite a while to be able to get down there. Like I said, that I was in a position where, spending Well, it's now costing me, and I buy the E10, the blended 10% ethanol gas, and that's the cheapest I can find. And right now it's still around 269, 270, somewhere around there. And it's still costing me $60 to fill my truck up.
You ought to
So,
live in Illinois. It's $3.50.
oh wow. And is that 100% or is that a blend?
No, that's the cheap shit.
That's
For-
cheap shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's 60. I was having to, only pop $20 at a time in my truck just to keep myself going. And, I couldn't afford to drop a tank of gas just to go fishing. So, I'm at the point now where I can try to get a little bit, and I was actually planning on trying to get up and around early today, and I actually was early, but I was also kind of waiting to find out what was going on with my dad and see if he wanted to fish today. But
Well, Dan, I don't think this is the right time of year to go to the Red River, but next year,
Probably
April,
not.
May, if
Yeah.
I mean, if you planned one trip, just
Mhm.
start saving your nickels right now, because if you
Right.
could take a buddy and two vehicles so that you didn't have to try to navigate back up it,
Right.
you could go 10, 15, 20 miles and spend a day. Holy
Right.
moly.
Just kind of
I-
slow drifting and making your way down it.
Yes, but what you got to do is you got to take a look at the riffle hole run situation that they've got. A run is just a relatively flat, doesn't really go, and then you'll see a riffle, and then you just fish in front of the wood cover.
Okay.
And with them little boats, you can get close to it. If I was anywhere near the Red River, you'd already seen 10 videos on the
Right.
Red River by me.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's like 10 hours from me. But I mean,
Right.
seriously,
Well,
that's monster waters down there at that right time.
Yeah. Yeah, I eventually plan on making my way down there. And like today, I was looking at hitting somewhere that was, an hour or better from me, just to try to find a hit somewhere new that I haven't been. But I waited around too long, and then ended up watching some football, and finally left the house at like 4 something. And
Well, I mean, just I mean, if that's something you want to do, if you
Oh,
want
yeah,
to
definitely.
and you want to tackle into big fish, and
Mhm.
you're only, and what do you say, you're 2 hours from the Red River?
Yeah.
Holy crap, it takes us 4 hours to get where we fish and do our lives.
Right.
So, and yeah, it is kind of expensive. So,
Mhm.
you gotta have your, your professional life in order to be able to do that. I mean, I can afford it, but I mean, it's
Right.
not like I'm rich, because I'm starting a new company and I got a bunch of money out. And but I mean, it's just one of those things where, you just got to make a choice. Am I going down to my little river and fish for, a few channel cats, or am I going 3 or 4 hours south and I'm going to tackle into, 80-pound fish? But, the Red River's got 60, 70, 80-pound flatheads in it at times. And it's got 50 and 60-pound blues, and it's got 20-pound channel cats. Whole
Yeah.
different story. When you get into monster waters like that, a whole different story. I mean, and I
Right.
mean, you've got good enough rods. I mean,
Mhm.
you got rods with level lines. I think I see one.
Yeah, I've got a Penn Rival 20 there on
Yeah.
Uncle Lou's
Yeah, there you
rod.
go.
I've got 2 PC Fun Chaos 50s, only
Mhm.
one's in use at the point in time. And then I've got a Shimano 3500 bait runner on the spinner.
Perfect. Just put
So,
40-pound test, 40 to 50-pound test on it. 3-ounce egg sinkers and 7 to 10-ounce circle hooks and good live baits. So I can't stress enough being able to go catch good live baits.
mhm.
Okay, like, do you have a city park pond near you anywhere?
Yeah. Now the problem is the closest city park pond and the little lake that I fish,
Mhm.
they have a daily limit of 3. Now that's a
Okay.
combination between
Okay.
all fish. Daily limit
right.
of 3 freaking
right.
fish. So
All right.
I do
Okay,
have
so
places.
That's out.
No,
Do you have a bluegill friendly creek near you anywhere?
I honestly, I don't know. I have not hit any creeks. I've thought about it.
You're gonna have to.
I pass them all the time, but I haven't gotten out and tried any kind of creek fishing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here's my next question. Do you have a power inverter?
Yeah.
Okay, got a power inverter. Go to Walmart, pick up one of those aquarium pumps, pick up the $2 tubing and one of them $3 air stones, and you just plumb a big cooler.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have well water at your house?
Yeah, we do.
Perfect. So here's the protocol. You go catch your baits. You aerate them from the second you get them. You know, use your well water in the back of your truck, and then you basically have to take them out when you get home. Take them out.
Right.
Change your water. Put them in a 5-gallon bucket of new stuff. Change your water, and then put them in there for overnight. Then change it again the next day, and that's the clean out phase. And once you get them cleaned out, they'll last for a week. You know, you might only have to change your water a couple times in a week, but that's really the cheap way to do it. And you know, in your little boat, you got to have some sort of setup, even if you got to get a cooler that's half that big, know, and get one of those baby bubbles or whatever you're going to use, or a power inverter that's hooked up to a spare battery. Either which way, but you got to have great bait, you got to have the rods, and you got to have the plan. If you get all that together, then it's like my last short. Basically, get your baits.
Yeah.
Go to the donkey waters where giant catfish live. You know, locate the fish, throw us down, and catch a donkey. I mean, that's how this works.
Yeah.
So, you know, but if I was to, keep doing the same thing as I did a long time ago, I would never catch giant fish because I'd still be fishing waters that don't have giant fish.
Yeah.
And that was my dream. And it's not everybody's dream to go catch giant fish. A lot of people like to catch fish that they just, have fun. And, it's close. You can go piddle around and, throw in. And you know what? I even do it once in a while. I go down to my, if I can't get out and go anywhere, if the fishing's decent, I'll go down to my little river by my house. I'll do all kinds of stupid things that people would not even expect me to do. Like I'll go wade fishing for smallmouth. I'll, go fishing for giant pike, stuff like that. But if your plan is to catch a monster, you've got monster waters within 2 hours of your house. You've got a plan. You're going to be able to do it. And I'm rooting for you.
No, I do. I do plan on it.
I can't wait to see the video of someday Dan's Creations going in and setting up on the wood on that the Red River and busting a big monster out of there, because it can and should and will happen if you want to, if you want to push it.
Oh yeah, I'm bad about, and I've been trying to research and trying to look on Google Earth and stuff, trying to find different places on these different rivers and different places, trying to make sure that there's somewhere to set up, somewhere to go, somewhere to drop, whatever. And so that's one thing I want to do. And Brent Fins and Fowl, he lives maybe about 45 minutes away from the Red River. And I'm sure he's done plenty of fishing there, and he's somebody I probably need to talk to about that, who can help me, find the different places to get in and go.
And you know what the greatest thing about that little Red River is? It's the size of river that you can literally pop into an area that's got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 feet of water and a big wood snag and some decent current coming into it. Anchor up, throw your baits out, and in 30 minutes you're going to know whether that spot's good, and then you just bounce to the next one. And you just keep 15, 20 minutes a spot, 3 or 4 baits, and keep moving. And I'm telling you, if the fish are in there, you're going to pop some monsters, because there's just no way for them guys to be able to film a show and catch that many, 30 to 50, 60 pound fish, on that Red River. They just wouldn't do it, because if it took all summer to do it, they wouldn't have done it.
No. And I do have there's an apartment complex. I actually met a couple one day when I was out fishing at Draper, and they showed up and they had a bucket full of bluegill. And they said they went to a pond at an apartment complex that I'm familiar with.
There you go.
And they were catching them left and right.
Yeah.
And they ended up leaving me with, close to a dozen of them. So my plan is eventually, and that's what I wanted to do before the tournament. I wanted to get to that pond and go fish, but didn't have the time.
Yeah.
And I mean, I had the time, I didn't have the money. And then when I did have the time, it was just, yeah, anyways, but I do, yeah, apparently that is a very bluegill rich pond.
Yeah.
Now where I'm at, where I started at here tonight, a lot of cattails on the side of the bank of the lake. And every time I threw my hook out with a worm on it, as soon as it hit the water, they were hitting it. But the one I pulled out, it was not a very big one. And I think the ones that kept hitting my bait were even smaller. And I was using a pretty small hook.
Mm-hmm.
That, you know, it was small to me.
I use an ice fishing jig, an ice fishing float, and and wax worms, believe that or not. And I just bust the crap out of and yes, I've done my research. I know where to go, but I usually end up spending, and this is about my rate. It's about 30 to 50 bluegills an hour.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So, and that's one of the things that I've done to combat my work situation versus my fishing time, because a long time ago it used to take me a lot longer. So like if I'm going to go catch donkey baits, it may take me 20 miles and 5 spots, but I can go to these spots and generally within half a day have enough donkey baits to go on a trip. But I also built myself a big tank to where if I fail, you know, like I may go, like just say if I had the time to go Monday, I would have had to go on this morning to make sure that I could get baits, because baits are not as easy to get on a big river as a lot of people think they are. And if you end up going all that way and you have subpar baits, you might as well have stayed home a lot of times.
Yeah.
You're going to spend more time trying to get bait than you are fishing. And if just think about this, you guys have been in my lives. So basically, I'll go on Friday afternoon. I'll drive 40 total miles. I will have fished at probably 6 or 7 spots, and I'll come back with 10 to 15 suckers, carp, quillback, whatever. I'll throw the net sometimes if I have to.
You're gonna bite again.
Yeah.
Come on, keep going.
Then I'll do that clean out thing on Friday, because Saturday morning when Sean shows up at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, it just depends, because
whenever he rolls out of bed.
But then we drive 4 hours up there. We have to get a hotel. We have to lock through, and then we have to do our research. So we really only get about an hour's worth of fishing before that. Now, I would never attempt that if I was going to a new pool where I didn't know all the options, because I would have to see a lot more of the river to decide where I wanted to fish for a live. But that's the timing that you guys are seeing. And yeah, it's an all day investment, because we usually go live about 7 o'clock. So I've got to make sure to have the bait the day before or 2 days before, transport them up there, keep them, and sometimes I cut them in the morning and put them on ice. It just depends. I did that last time and it worked out really well. But sometimes we keep them live and just leave them in the boat cooler, the boat live well cooler. So, all that timing is something that you practice. So that thinking about doing that river at your experience level, it's going to take you some time. It's going to take you some time to nail down where you can go catch bluegills, where you can go catch suckers, where, whether you're going to take shad with you, it just depends. But you also have to figure out that you're going to have to streamline this thing. And this is just my best advice. You can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter to me. But if that's your goal of catching that, I see a plan there. I see how you can do it, and I see how you can become successful at it.
Well, no, I definitely appreciate all your advice, and I'll definitely take that into consideration when it comes time when I'm, I'm able to get and go find the monsters.
Just do me a favor. Don't try it when the timing's not right, because you'll go, oh man, that was a lot, and then I don't want to do it. You got to go when the timing's right. April, May. Maybe June down there. It just depends. Maybe you need low water. Is there a hydrometer that you can check on the internet as far as that water level?
Oh, Alicia, I just saw a shooting star. Sorry. I know Alicia loves shooting stars, and I just saw one. A hydrometer where?
Yeah. Yeah, no, like on the Red River, to where you can tell what the flow is before you make the trek down there, because that's pretty important.
I think I can check the USGS
Yep.
website. I found, and I think they list all the rivers around Oklahoma
There you
and
go.
post what their flow is going like and everything.
Yep. So you're gonna have to figure out what the level or the flow is that
Right.
lends itself well to being able to catch monsters. Because on my river, I know if it's too low or if it's too high or if it's just right before I even go. So that's another thing to keep in mind.
So how do you know what kind of flow is right?
From experience, from going there and going, oh, this is too high. The fishing was terrible, and it was 19.5. But I know that if I'm going to go down there, it's going to need to be between 11 and about 4.5 feet for it to be fishable for monsters. I mean, yeah, I can catch a few at 19, but that's pretty darn high, and
Right.
it limits you. So, but you're in more of a situation where you're going to basically be in a kayak style thing. So you need to know what that flow is. If it's too high, you're just wasting your time and your money. If it's too low, you're going to be dragging your boat a lot. Now, low may not be a problem, because I saw those fish basically be trapped in pools, and they're giants. So
Right.
I mean, and I it wasn't fake. I've seen what faked noodling shows look like. I've seen what faked catching fish. I mean, it wasn't a fake situation. I mean, those fish were green as green could be. They weren't tanked and then placed in there. It wasn't movie magic. So if you got 50, 60-pound fish in a small pool with one piece of cover in it the size of a living room, it's easy to pinpoint those fish. That's the stuff dreams are made of right there.
Yeah, and I think Oklahoma's kind of the known for, I don't know. I mean, almost kind of the creator of noodling for me, as far as the history that I've always known.
Yeah, but just take noodling out of the whole equation. You have
Oh,
the
definitely.
opportunity of monster waters in a small river situation. It doesn't get any better than that, because there's not that many small rivers around the country that hold fish that big.
Yeah.
Trust me, I've fished tons of them.
Right.
Tons of them. Matter of fact, in my 3 or 4 state area, there's not a decent sized river I haven't fished at one time or another.
Right.
I mean, almost all the tributaries that come in from all the major tributaries that come into the Mississippi River from St. Louis all the way up into Minnesota, I have fished at one time or another. I don't say I knew exactly what I was doing, but I remember them. I learned how to pick fish out. I learned, and I caught tons of fish. But to go into a small river like that and have the availability of catching a 50 or a 60 pounder pretty much at will, that's a pretty rare thing.
Yeah. I definitely plan on getting down there sometime. And like you say, if you say, try to hit it up around like April or so.
Yep. April, May, June, when the water is controllable, because what you don't want is that super fast water stuff, because that'll throw you off your game of what you're used to. You need some stuff that's more similar to what you're used to fishing. And I'll offer you this too. The first time you go there, you can FaceTime me, and I will. And all you got to do is point me to what the river situation is, what your stuff is, because I've done that in the past with other tournament anglers and ex clients and stuff like that, to where they'll be on the river and go, "Hey, Tim, I need to figure this out." And so I can take a look at it from the phone and tell you where to place baits, what to do, how many of these things you need to hit, and I'll ask you all the questions.
Yeah.
I'll just coach you right over the phone your first time if you want to. I don't think you'll need it. I really
right.
don't.
Well, that'd be awesome. Either way, I mean, hell, I'm always looking forward, always willing to accept your advice and your tutelage.
And I offer this because I see how much you want to do it, and I see you kind of stuck to the small fish waters, and I know what you're up against, because I was there at one time, or a long time ago. So, gosh, I'm so glad that Red River is close to you, because I knew I was going to ask you at some point, how far are you away from that? And only 2 hours. That's great news. I'm glad you're
Right.
not saying, "Oh, it's the other side of the state," because then I wouldn't have any help for you. But that Red River is
Right.
pretty darn amazing. It still perplexes me. I'd love to fish it myself.
Mhm.
That's a long way for 50 or 60 pound fish. Now, if it had a bunch of hundreds, I'd consider it.
Right. Yeah.
But
Well.
it does have monster alligator gar, which is kind of on my bucket list.
Oh yeah. Well, you ever want to make it down this way? We can make a trip down there and go see what we can do.
Oh, we could do a lot. There's
Oh yeah.
my mind. But I would never go there the first time for only a day or so. I would
Right.
want to make it a 4 or 5 day. And I might even look at the map and say, okay, I plan on fishing this stretch, this 10-mile, 15-mile stretch, and then the next day, this 15-mile stretch, and then this 15-mile stretch, because I'd want to see enough water, because those fish can choose where they want to be.
Right.
Just because I'm going to fish one area doesn't mean that it's very good. It might be miles of ankle deep bullshit water.
Yeah.
I've seen that before.
Yeah.
And you just got to find those pockets that are going to hold those giant fish consistently. But once you do that, holy crap, you're on big fish pretty much the
Yeah.
rest of your life in case
Well-
some stupid crazy stuff happens.
Well, you ever want to do something like that? I mean, that would definitely that'd be awesome. I would, that would make it worth just. I mean, hell, that'd be a lifetime of just awesomeness right now, or
Well-
right there to, hell, you
Hey,
want to
I
make it
put my pants on like everybody else. Don't get all starstruck.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Well,
what
I'm just-
saying is,
I'm just saying,
that is the caliber of river, is what I'm saying, is that
right?
I would feel good about going. That's what
Yeah.
I'm talking about. And dude, I'm
Right.
pretty picky on that stuff. But there's not too many rivers that I want to, get up and try that isn't
Right.
the Mississippi, or isn't, Santee Cooper, or isn't whatever. Matter of fact, I don't even want to go to Santee Cooper, really, because for the amount of time that I spend on the Mississippi, the amount of fish over 50 pounds that I catch, I don't think I can duplicate it anywhere else.
Yeah. Well, what I was saying is, you talking about the way you would like to spend a number of days
Yeah.
scouting it and everything.
Sure.
I mean, something like that to be with you while you did something like that and be able to learn from you and learn that kind of experience and that kind of figuring something out. That would be awesome. That's
It is pretty cool because I never stop talking.
right. Yeah, well, that would,
about the fishing situation, because
be able to,
okay, this is what we got going here. This is how the bottom drops. I can tell this
Right.
is gravel. I can tell this is sand. All this stuff.
just be able to pick up that kind of knowledge from somebody who knows what they're doing. That would be amazing.
I used to tell my customers I'll fast forward their fishing situation by 10 years in one trip, and that's
Yeah.
true. I'm not full of myself. I'm just saying that. I mean, that's how I.
Oh no. Right. No, I don't see you as full of yourself. I mean, you've proven yourself. You're definitely the man. And and hell, there was a period of time when I first got into this. I was like, who's this epic catfish guy? And, I don't have any interest in this guy, whatever.
Probably.
And then over time, I did kind of have that thought, kind of like you. I kind of had that thought when I first got into this and the whole YouTube thing. And I was just kind of like, man, this guy just, who is this guy? He's kind of just full of himself. And
Bold.
as time has gone on, I've picked up on the fact that what you're talking about, and you are catfishing, and that you're definitely a person to sit and listen to and learn from.
Well, believe it or not, I learned a lot of things from everybody on YouTube.
Mhm.
I learned things that are, I get to remember what it was like to be in everybody's shoes and how I tried to figure things out. And I've learned that there's, I've remembered, and it's foremost in my mind at this point, that not all fishing situations are similar. They're all, although catfish are inherently the same no matter where you put them, it's where you put them.
Right.
Makes the difference. And and the availability of, there's stretches on the Mississippi with no boat ramps. I mean, no boat ramps hardly at all. There's stretches on a lot of these rivers. There's no boat ramps. There's no bank access. There's no whatever. And so, I'm constantly reminded that, I talk matter of factly. I do. And because I'm very confident about what I've done and what I'm doing now and what I'm going to do in the future. And I could see if people don't know, I could see people just going, "Who's this guy think he is? I don't want to listen to that guy," and, which is fine. They don't have to listen to me, but
Yeah.
I'm still very appreciative of people that do listen, because fishing's it's a huge equation, and it's full of a lot of different different personalities.
Oh yeah, it's full of a lot of testosterone, especially when it comes to men fishing and them thinking, "Well, I know how to catch fish. I know how to get them. I know where they're at. I know how to fish, and I don't need to listen to this guy." But at the same time,
when I go to the boat ramp, I never try to tell anybody anything.
right?
Really, I don't, because I hear enough stories that are that aren't, they're more like fairy tales than they are stories at the boat ramp. So, I don't try to convince anybody of anything, but if they want to ask me questions, I'll gladly reply. But I don't ever come up to somebody that's fishing and go, "Hey, you ought to be doing this, or you ought to be doing that."
Right.
You know how many times I've been in my boat in May and I'm just killing the big giant channel cats, and here comes a boat, and they're white bass fishing, and they say, "Yep, you're here too early for that," because they know I'm catfishing. But
Yeah.
they have no idea that I already put 40 fish in the boat, and the biggest one, 17 pounds. They have no idea. And that if you come here in 2 months later, there is no great channel cat population up there. But they don't know that. But they're going to tell me that and here's the other thing. Just have a film crew with you. You are going to find more catfish experts come up and tell you what you ought to be doing that isn't even close, but the film crew has no idea. And I've been through that. Oh, what you ought to go is you got to go down to the grain barges because the big catfish eat the soybeans and the corn that falls out. I'm like, dude, don't even listen to those guys, because they're 3-pounders. That's what that's what they're at. We're not after 3-pounders. We're after 50 and above. They could care less about corn.
Right.
Now if the corn was spilling into the right depth and current, fine. But it doesn't, if a grain barge is 150 yards off the main channel in 12 foot of water, them big blues have no interest in that. None.
Right. Yeah. Now, I mean, I enjoy fishing just to fish and catch fish, but at the same time, I want to be able to catch the big fish. I want to feel what that is like. I want to feel that fight. So yeah, I've got the desire to get somewhere and go find them. And that's what I'm trying to do. And hell, where I fish a lot of times is Draper Lake there. And apparently that lake gets to a point at like 90 something feet in that lake. 80, 90 feet in a couple different points in that lake. And I'm going to have to be on the boat to find them, but I'd love to be able to find those holes and be able to fish, the ledges or the drop offs, whatever, and even get down to the bottoms.
Just remember one thing. Depth is a great thing when you are talking about current, but if there's no current, a lot of times too much depth, you have almost no life down there. So that's one thing you're going to have to look at. So you can't have like a regular fish finder like what I started with and just go to 80, 90 feet and expect that there be fish down there. You're going to have to mark them. You're going to have to notice what kind of biomass is going on in that deep water. You got to know where the deep water hits the shallow water, like you were talking about, those rock ledges and things like that. You may have to fish on those little benches, because you got rock ledges and then you got a thing that goes over and maybe, goes down. So you're going to have to figure that out. And it was a great journey for me. So that's why I enjoy helping people, kind of fast. But I started early. I started, as soon as I could drive doing this stuff.
Right.
And so, a lot of people that start late, such as yourself, you guys are going to need some help because you guys don't have 10 years to try to figure this out. You'll be like, I'll do something else. But I'm just telling you, it's one of the greatest things in the world.
Oh, yeah.
My goodness. And the fishing is actually, the fishing for big fish is actually better now than it was 30 or 40 years ago, because there is some sort of regulation. There is some sort of thing, there was a lot of commercial fishing going on in areas where it shouldn't have. There was a lot of things happening. The Clean Water Act just got instated in 1979 or
Yeah.
78. I can't remember what. But there was a lot of rivers that bullheads wouldn't even survive more than an hour. The Chicago
Right.
River is one of them. So, I mean, things have gotten better. So this is a great opportunity. And, with YouTube and everybody sharing information, people have such a great chance at being really successful in a short period of time. I mean,
Right.
I think I'll bet it took me of serious fishing. I'll bet it took me 7 years to catch a flathead over 40 pounds.
Yeah.
And I really wanted to catch a big flathead, but I mean, it took me that long to understand what was going on and to get the right equipment and to, finally put it together that I couldn't catch flatheads on the Illinois River because it doesn't have big flatheads. I thought it
Mhm.
just nobody was catching them, but I proved it to myself that there isn't big flatheads on that whole Illinois River system.
Right. Well, it's like I remember growing up. I grew up as a kid going to Lake Eufaula every year and going to the gas stations around the lake. And those gas stations always had the, Polaroid pictures of all these big monster fish that everybody's
Yep.
catching, 3-4 foot tall or 4 foot long monster big flatheads. I don't even know if blues were a big thing back in the 80s in Eufaula anyways,
Yeah,
but
they probably weren't.
flatheads were. And that's what I think back to the pictures I saw, and, it was monster flatheads people were catching back then. And
Yeah.
I always had that excitement that I wanted to catch them, but life got in the way. I mean, hell, riding motorcycles, going to bars and clubs and concerts and just everything else, just I kind of forgot about fishing. And
See, Dan, that's one thing I never let happen. I never let girls get in the way. I said, if you want to see me, get in the boat.
well, the girls didn't get in the way. It's just life got in the way, and I just fishing kind of became, one of those things that I'd done growing up, but now I'm at the point that now fishing is going to be a part of my life from here on out, and I'm not going to let it go. And I'm trying to chase what I can, and I'm definitely I've got the love and desire to catch big catfish, but I do want to try to get out and catch more different species too. But right now, catfish it's just I want to catch a big fish.
Well, you got a good plan now because 2 hours,
Mm-hmm.
2 hours is a good plan as long as you can have the bait before you go. You don't want to go there without bait because that's probably the worst thing to do. But if you've got a good plan and you execute it pretty good, I think your odds are pretty good at going the first time. As long as you kind of follow that principle that I just showed, go the first time and land. What would a flathead, a monster flathead be to you at this point? 25, 30 pounds?
I mean, that would be a big damn fish for me. Yeah, definitely.
So I think the success rate, if you spent a few days at it and did that plan, I think it'd be near 100%. Unless you had some weird weather event or, boat breakdowns or whatever. But if you were to pull that off and see 10 miles of that river, I think you'd do well.
Right. Yeah, and George, like you said, I just got back in. It took things happening for me to take the time and finally get back into it, and just want to just get away and be at the water and just continue trying to catch fish. So I've fished more in the last year than I definitely have in the last 20 years. That's easy. That's for sure.
Yeah. See, I never stopped fishing. I stopped promoting for about 20 years while my kids were little, and I was doing, I was getting shipped overseas and doing all this other stuff in my furniture business. And, but I never quit. Thank God. Because, once you get out of it, it is tough to get back into it. I mean, I know guys that they've had boats and they've sold them and, they run out of time. But I've always luckily been able to make it a big priority. Because that's all I do. I mean, I don't go to the bar. I don't, do all this other shit. I mean, I did at one time, but just one of those things. And I would save up vacation time because I knew that the month of August is when I need to go after the monsters. And,
Yeah.
so I'd have 30 days of vacation or 2 weeks of vacation, and that's where I'd go. And, I would guide people and do all kinds of stuff, the whole month of May and the whole month of June and stuff like that. But, the YouTube thing has kind of gotten me more excited about it than I've been in a while.
Oh yeah. It's definitely getting into YouTube. It's definitely, it's broadened my horizons a lot in the way of fishing. And,
Yeah.
without it, I wouldn't have met you to have a lot of the knowledge that you've taught, and just a lot of knowledge to everybody, hell.
Well, I can't wait to see everybody putting it to use, and I've seen people putting it to use already, and it's pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Stan's putting it to use. I mean, I could name a whole host of people that I don't even watch fish, but I know they're doing it. I know that they're being more successful out there, and honestly, success. I mean, if you're going to spend time and money doing something that you love, you might as well get good at it and catch big fish.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to catch big fish every time, but at least if you're close, if you're on the pulse of it, you can stay in the range pretty good.
Right. I mean, hell, I get excited if I catch a damn bluegill. I'm happy to catch anything.
That's awesome. There's nothing better than that. The excitement for fishing is pretty awesome.
Now I got a question. Now you talk about if I head down to the Red River taking bluegill. Now around here, crappie is definitely a good bait fish to use, cut or live. So what are your thoughts on, because when I fish Draper, I have tried using bluegill and I've had no luck. And the same night I've used crappie and I've caught fish.
Right.
So
but remember one thing: nothing is a rule if it happens just a little bit. Now, if you fished for 3 days and you had 6 poles and 3 of them were crappie and 3 of them were bluegill, and you caught a handful of fish on bluegill and the majority of the fish on crappie, you could say yes, that is the thing. But remember, location is more important than bait, even though bait is important. So it's basically in your situation where you're not tackling into 30 fish a weekend.
Mm-hmm.
You can't make a judgment on bait preference based on 2 fish or 3 fish. And I'm not knocking it. It just that situation is what it is.
Right.
But
and I don't.
If you had been fishing for, say, 10 years
Mm-hmm.
and it presented itself that a crappie was a better bait all the time, I'd be like, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But remember one thing. The thing about trips isn't necessarily what the best bait is. It's what bait can I get in numbers and keep alive a long time. Because crappie, even though I don't necessarily target them for bait, I get them once in a while. And they're very difficult to keep alive compared to bluegills.
Right, that's what I was going to say. That crappie are definitely hard to keep alive. And hell, even just if I put them in the bucket at the lake, I find that they will die pretty quickly. That's why I'll keep my basket with me, and I'll toss it down in the water, try to keep it down as deep as I can, because they stay alive better.
Here's another secret: large Floetrol buckets are better than baskets.
Mm-hmm.
Baskets are rough. They'll mess up the fins quite a bit. They can rub on the scales and stuff like that. So I switched from baskets to Floetrols about 20 years ago, and it's been pretty huge for me.
Now you said what kind of bucket?
It's called a Floetrol bucket. It's basically a big minnow bucket. It's got the front trap door on it. They're actually made for put over the side of boats. But I've got probably 10 of them. And when I go to catch bluegill, if I got to walk a distance from the truck, I don't use 5-gallon buckets. I use a Floetrol bucket because I can put the well water from my tank right into the Floetrol and keep 15 bluegills alive for an hour in that thing. So I can basically walk along the bank, dabble in the rocks, do what I got to do, and put them in that Floetrol bucket. So let's just say I'm a long way from the truck. I can pour that water out and then just refill it every 15 minutes. And it's actually way nicer than a basket for me.
Okay, well, I'll look into them.
Yes, and you can just throw the Floetrol bucket in just like the basket, and it's way better on the bait fish.
Yeah.
They're a lot friskier. They don't have the sunlight pouring down on them. They're
Mhm.
kind of dark. And one thing about keeping bait fish, the darker you can keep them, the better they'll be because they're not stressed as much. It's like
Yeah.
when you cover the eyes of an alligator. They pretty much kind of go to sleep. It's almost exactly like that with bait fish.
Right.
So,
Okay.
I mean, so you got to look at what bait, because if you're going to target flatheads, you need your baits to be nice. You need them to be frisky. You need them to stay alive. You don't need, so you're going to have to learn how big a cooler you can get. How many baits you can put in there for an amount of time. It's all a big giant learning experience, but you'll get it because
Right.
I see that desire for you to be successful. So I'm rooting for you.
No, I appreciate it. Definitely.
And on that note, I
Mhm.
have to go to bed because I got a long
Alrighty.
week ahead of myself.
Yeah. Well, I looked at the 10-day forecast and looks like we're going to have good weather. The winds are going to be low, so I'll probably be staying busy. Well, as busy as I can be. I mean, I'll probably work 2 to 3 hours each day at a 8-9 hour day, whatever. But that's a busy day for me right now.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Good luck.
So, hey, thank you, sir. I appreciate
Yep.
you coming in and sharing your insight and everything. So definitely, I appreciate it.
Well,
Have a good
thanks
night.
for having me on.
Yes, sir.
Yep. See ya.
All right. Bye. Well, folks, we got a quiet house now. I might have to rebait or recast or something. I haven't had a bite in a little while. Let me see what I can do here. I'll be back with you. I'm not going to stay too much longer. I'll probably go ahead and just rebait. One rod at a time. See if we can get another fish before we end this. Ooh. Hope y'all are doing good. Hopefully I can get one more fish for y'all before this is over. Got fish jumping out there. Woo, the wind is picking up and the temperature is down. Last time I looked at my phone, it was at 54 degrees. And we're just going to go with chicken on all 4 rods right now. That chunk of bluegills never got hit. All right, guys. 4 fresh baits in the water. It's 11 o'clock. And we are going to try all 4 baits. Our lemonade chicken. So we're going to hope for something. Yep, half of this hood is ripped off this hoodie. And it's letting that cold air blow on my back. I'm going to have to get me a new hoodie. Still chilling at 8 people in here. Randy, I apologize. I never did say hi to you. I highlighted your comments, but I never got a chance to say hi to you. I appreciate you being in here, sir. Hope Tammy is doing wonderful. I know last you said she's getting sleep. She's eating. She's doing great. I can't be happier. Mom's still on her phone watching too. Well, hello, Mom. How are you? Kenneth Powell, I appreciate you being in here. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to say hello to you earlier, too. I did highlight your comment as well, just to let you know I was noticing you were here. But if you're gone, I'm sorry. Hey, thanks, George. I appreciate it, man. Like I said, I wasn't trying to compete with anybody tonight, but it was my chance to get out and fish. Try to enjoy time with everybody on my own accord, as opposed to being part of everybody else's live. Alicia's definitely enjoyed Epic's talk. All right, Tim, have a good night, man. Really appreciate you being part of the live and coming up here and sharing your knowledge. Everybody give a thumbs up. Let's cheer these fish on. Let's tell them we need to get them on the hook. Because I'm starting to get cold. What's going on, CVA? How you doing, Steve? Yes, sir, Tim. Thank you for coming up. Anytime I'm live, you're always more than welcome to come up. Yeah, this wind's picking up, and I'm out here in the wide open area at the river. So I'll say I'm going to give this till 11:30. It's 11:02 right now. I'll give it till 11:30, and then I'll be ending. I want another fish. They were biting earlier. I got 4 rods in the water, or I got four hooks, 4 lines in the water. If they're here, they should be finding my bait. Yeah, my fish on the string are not too happy. You hear them swirling. At least I can. Yeah, Randy got too much. You're pulling to me. I said that earlier today. Randy, I can't hang that long. I got to be at work at 8:00 in the morning. I got to be at work at 8 so I can sit in the truck for a couple hours. Get my crane warming up. Sit in the truck and stay warm. Because I still got to get there and wait on them to strip the paneling off the wall before we can even consider hanging a panel. Or stripping the wood off before we can hang a new panel. Make a video on using a jump box. I don't know what a jump box is, but sounds kind of cool. Randy, when I'm able to make it to California, you can tell me we got 2 more hours and we can keep going. Anybody feeling froggy or just wants to come up and take a little time out of their night and just come talk? There's the link. Pop on up. Who buys the fish? Who buys the fish for what, Alicia? We're chilling with 7 wonderful people in here. We've had a pretty low number night, but that's expected because Stan and DMV with King Kenny have been live. That's quite all right. I know everybody's going to go where the entertainment's at, but I'm trying to provide my own share of entertainment here. And I keep hearing fish jump, but just ain't having any luck. Big Mike's live again too. Yeah. Well, he's always catching big fish. Everybody wants to go see that kind of stuff. Everybody wants to see big fish caught. So Mike's pretty entertaining guy. He catches fish. He's fun to watch. I need some carp bait. I don't know if there's any carp in this river. There might be. I guess there probably are. I'll do some carp fishing eventually. After yesterday, that definitely got me kind of interested in doing carp fishing. And I sent out the worms. I sent out some worms earlier. I didn't ever get any bite on the worms. No. Alicia's mom did make a comment. She said, "It's sweet that I call you mom." Well, yeah, you are mom. I'd like to be adding more fishing entertainment here, but I can only do what the fish will let me do. Hey, Eugene, I appreciate that, man. Eventually, I'll get set up where I can be in front of the camera. I mean, I guess I could probably do that here too, but using the rear facing camera just provides a better view of everything. So I've gotten in the habit of doing that and just sitting behind the camera, behind the phone, being able to keep up with chat a lot easier. Probably wouldn't be a bad place for me to have a cast net throw out. There's not a lot of stuff to hang up on, I don't think. I'd throw a cast net out and catch some shad or whatever kind of bait fish are out there. Hanging out's always good. That's what we do here. We hang out, we talk, bullshit throughout the night. Hope that we can catch some fish. Yeah, Steve. Yeah, it definitely helps. It makes it a lot easier when you do have people up on panel to try to be there and just kind of break the monotony of the quiet. But I do try to consistently talk and keep up with the chat and keep up with everybody. And, try to not have a lot of dead silence. Don't have much in the way of rod movement, but have a lot of conversation. Yeah, CVA. That's when the people in chat. That's when keeping up with the chat and being able to read and kind of go along with what everybody's saying and try to make conversation out of it. You'll get that way if you want to continue doing lives and stuff. You'll get there. You'll figure it out, or you won't. If you don't, then you'll have people up on panel and help you out. That's always good too. Nothing wrong with that. I don't always have many people to talk to, so this makes it a lot easier too. I can sit and talk, and I can talk for days. I can talk about stuff people don't care about. Just keep talking. Yeah, when I set out to come fishing today, I was gonna try. I found some spots. Alicia Duggar lived in Texas and had private cells and fish houses, restaurants, crabbers, because he caught mullet, carp, buffalo for them too. Let's see. Just go over and kick the rods every now and then and make them move some. Yep. I hear you, Eugene. But yeah, I set out. I left the house. I got a late start because my dad, he rode his new motorcycle to church, and he doesn't usually come in that late from church, but he got in. I had texted him beforehand, and he didn't answer, and he finally showed up. And he said he was having lunch with a couple of the priests. One priest, and then there's another priest that he said is in, but he's not exactly working because he's waiting on a work visa because he is from out of the country. But so I was a little worried, and he didn't show back up to the house till 2:00. So I kind of put going fishing on hold, and then sat around and watched some football and everything. It was kind of cool watching the Cardinals and the Browns fish. Or God, watching the Cardinals and the Browns play against each other because it was two OU quarterbacks going head to head. Kyler Murray with the Cardinals and Baker Mayfield with the Browns. So that was pretty awesome. Baker Mayfield was having a very rough day today. But I set out, and I came the other day when I was fishing. I had found two spots on the river that I thought were going to be. There was a stretch on the river that I thought was going to be really easy access. Pull off the side of the road, walk down to. Well, it is very treacherous. It's all broken up asphalt and stuff, concrete, and a real steep. There's no easy way to set up, so I said screw it. And I was going to head to the lake on the northwest side of the city. And as I was passing this place, I was like, you know what? I want to try over here, and I'd never been here. So I called them up. It's a private lake. Now, it's not, you got to pay to go there because it is a private lake, but it's not like what they have in Ohio and some of those other places where, it's a stocked pay lake. This lake is also fed by the river. So there are, it's all natural fish there. But I ended up, and they said they've got a mile of river access. So I was like, you know what? Hell with it. I'll try it. And it's been okay. The bite hadn't been on real strong, but been a good place to come. The lake itself is pretty neat. A lot of camping spots. Real nice lake. Fish jumping everywhere. So I definitely would like to come fish sometime. Get the little boat out. Come fish it. They've got 125 acres here, I think they said. So I didn't end up making the trip out to the northwest part of Oklahoma City. Might have had better chances for some, blue cat or bigger fish or something, but you know what? It's peaceful. It's nice. There's nobody out here bothering me. I don't have to worry about anything. So I can't complain one bit. Well, Steve, you got us. You can always be social with us. We'll keep you going. We got about 15 more minutes till I shut this down. Pack up and head back to the house. I haven't eaten. Maybe I'll try to find an open Subway or something to get something to eat. Have to stop and get some ice. Throw these fish on the ice and clean them up tomorrow after work, I guess. Come on, fishies. Here, fishy, 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 fishy. Ooh, it's chilly out. Yep. I'm gonna have to go buy me some more winter clothes. Yeah, we're down to 5 people. We're 4 hours into this, 4 hours and 3 minutes. We're trying our butts off, but they're not cooperating. So all we can do is try. Hey, we got to 7 people. All right. What brand of hoodie am I wearing? Did you miss my story earlier? I bought this back in like 2011, something like that. When I went to the bike rally in Fayetteville, Arkansas. It's Aeropostale. I bought it I don't know. I think I might have bought it on a clearance rack or something, but I needed to put it under my leather jacket because my riding jacket is a racing jacket and it had no kind of rain or wind block liner. It's perforated leather and a lot of air gets through that thing, especially cold air. And this was about the only hoodie I could find at the time. Why did you want me to say the name again? Am I supposed to say it's something like Aeropostale? Aero, whatever I'm supposed to say? Aeropostale. I can say it like Italian. It's Aeropostale. How have you heard it pronounced? I don't know that I've ever really heard it pronounced. I just say it Aeropostale, Aeropostale, whatever. How about I just say Aero? Oh, we're getting a bite. We're getting a bite. Or are we? We're gonna bite. I think he's there. He's there. He's not big, but he's there. Okay, I lied. He's not there. We got a tree fish. We got a tree pounder. There was something there. Cast it back out. Yep, I lied. Oh. It was sitting there bobbing. Era Postel. Well, that's kind of what I was saying. Yep, I lied. I thought there was a fish there. And there might have actually been. I don't know, but I guess there wasn't. It's a big old stick, though. Want one of these rods to bend over? Aeropostale. Yeah, well, Alicia, you were also fishing in Stickville. I mean, hell, we could tell that just looking at the water, seeing all the sticks coming up out of the water. I'm sitting here shivering my butt off. Maybe sometime in the daylight, I'll show you how much this hood is about ripped off of this thing. You know, you get in the habit, you pull a hoodie off and you grab the hood and you just pull. Well, I learned my lesson with that. I was going to have my mom sew it back on, but, well, I can't do that anymore. And I forgot how to use a sewing machine. Otherwise, I could do it myself. But hey, here's the stick I caught. No, y'all can't tell. Here's the stick I caught. Big, lovely stick. Pretty green leaves on it. Fresh off the tree, it looks like. Oh. I'm sure you'd sew it for me. This hoodie's got enough holes in it that it's going to be retired one of these days. I get a couple backups. I said I was going to end at 11:30, but I got the desire. I want to wait for at least another fish, but it's been a few hours since I've caught one. So I don't know that I'm going to have any more luck tonight. It's my church shirt. It's holy. That's funny. You're a dork. All right, we're at 4 hours and 14 minutes. We're pretty much at 11:30 now. Let's see what we can do if we leave it running, leave going until 4 hours, 4.5 hours. I'll give it an extra 15 minutes over what I said. We're still chilling with 8 beautiful people in here. Appreciate everybody giving me their time tonight. Couldn't ask for better people to hang out with. All right, Steve, have a good night, man. We'll talk to you tomorrow or in the next day or two. I'm sure it'll probably be tomorrow. Yeah, I got my arms all wrapped up in the pocket of the hoodie. That's one thing I don't like about zip ups. Now I like zip up hoodies, but I like the pass through pocket on the front of the pullover hoodies because you can stick your arms through and through. wrap them up together and keep yourself warm. It's peaceful out here. I could stay out here all night if the weather was nice. Should have been coming out here months ago. Maybe I'll find out if I can set a fire. If I can start a fire out here on the bank. Get a fire going, stay warm. Yeah, the girl told me when I came here, she's like, we don't seem to have a lot of catfish in the lake itself. Most people go over to the river and fish, but while I was trying to bait fish, I had my rods out. I ended up breaking off one, which sucked. And then when I was finishing up reeling my last rod in, I looked over and my damn peg float sitting there floating at the top of the water. I was like, are you kidding me? Probably about, I don't know, about 75 feet off the bank. Looked like a place you tried after the funeral the other day, or after the funeral home. I'm sorry you had to go through that twice in 2 weeks. You know, we both know that feeling now. Not a pleasant feeling. Jesse Lee Trosper. How are you doing? How you doing, Jesse Lee Trosper? That's a new one to me, I do believe. Unless I know you. Do I know you, Jesse Lee? I'm glad you're good. I'm glad you're in here. We're not going to be going too much longer, but always good to have people in here hanging out. Okay, I don't know you. Okay, cool. Well, you're definitely a new name to me, but I appreciate you coming in, hanging out. The fish bite is pretty slow. Temperature is now down to 53 degrees. It is pretty chilly. We got a nice little breeze blowing at my back. I didn't bring anything else in the way of clothing to stay warm. I should have brought my jacket too. I could put it over my hoodie, but I do have to work tomorrow. I definitely didn't plan on staying out this late, but I got the live going, had people to talk to, had Tim Scott up, give him a lot of good information. I just kind of prolonged my time out here, enjoyed it. Just hoping for one more fish. I've caught 2 on the night, 1 on live, and 1 before the live. First one came only about 15 minutes into being set up, too. I wish they'd have just continued to be like that. Hey, what's going on, Papa T? How you doing? Yeah, CVA left for the night. I think he was going to go on and go to bed. But I appreciate you popping in, Papa T. Hope you've had a good night. Yeah, Tim really got my encouragement up. Really got my thoughts of going down to the state line, going hitting the Red River. I want to go hit the Red River, go catch some big flatheads or some big blues, whatever's in there. So I will do that when the temperatures. He was kind of suggesting going down there come, April, May, June. So I'll try to plan around April or May when the temperatures start coming back up, hopping down there. It's just a 2 hour drive, so I won't be afraid of that. Yeah, I need a rack full of these Uncle Lou's rods because that one Uncle Lou's rod, that thing, when the light hits it, that thing's just sitting there shining bright as opposed to everything else. The only other thing really lighting up is the eyelets, the eyes on the B&M rod here on the left. I think, yeah, soak my chicken in low sodium soy sauce. It works great. Hey, I'll try that sometime. I think I tried soaking my steak. A lot of people give me hell about using steak, but I buy the cheapest cut of steak I can find. Steak meat is real good. It's bloody, stays on the hook. It's good and tough, and I've caught fish on it. But I did try soaking it in. What did? Actually, yeah, I do believe I tried soaking steak in soy sauce. I just didn't have any luck at that point in time with it. Yeah, never hurts to try new things. Soy sauce with the chicken wouldn't hurt. I just figured I had a couple extra packets of Kool-Aid that I bought a long time ago, and they were still in my truck. And I wasn't in any big hurry when I went and bought dinner last night. And I was in the grocery store, and I was like, well, I'll just buy me a pack of chicken. And I had Kool-Aid, so I threw it with some salt in a Ziploc. The salt definitely, it did help. It's not as tough as what DMV would probably use because he does like a 3-day deal. But it's tough. It's staying on the hook. It's good. I mean, I caught 2 fish on it so far. Can't say it doesn't work. Just as for right now, I can just say the fish have gone somewhere else right now, I do believe. You tried the DMV chicken for the ladies tournament? Did you do the whole 3-day? Did you do his 3-day deal? 3-day marinating? So I didn't do garlic because last time I put garlic on something, man, when I put it in the fridge out in the shop, you'd open that fridge up and it just actually you didn't even have to open it up. It made the whole shop reek. And it's a pretty big shop to make stink up. I'll give these rods one more quick crank and see if that'll help anything. Give it a few more minutes. Oh. So Jesse Lee, how did you stumble across my live stream tonight? I'm curious. Yeah, Papa T. The luck I've had with chicken, it has normally come during, the daylight hours, daylight into the early night, but late at night after darkness, I don't know why, but I just haven't had a lot of luck out of it. But it was dark when I caught the last fish on it. We'll see. Yep, 3 days pouring liquid off and re-seasoning it. Big jumbo shrimp. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't tried shrimp in quite a while. Maybe at some point in time before too long, I'll buy some shrimp and try it too. I'm always trying to try some kind of new bait, trying to mix it up and see what I can find. See if I can find something that works. And I find things that'll work to catch a fish here and there. But, I'm not like these guys fishing all these Ohio and Potomac and Tennessee River always catching fish. So it's really hit and miss. But it's just try. Just keep trying. Yep. Fresh cut bait is always king, yeah. And I did have one bluegill, but I only had one hit on the bluegill head after I cut it. The body section didn't get any hits. You seen it after you left the 2 stands and 3 stands live. Awesome. Well, Jesse, I appreciate it. I definitely do hope to have some more content coming up in the future. I keep saying that, but I'm going to get back, try to get back to doing some more metal work. I kind of hit a lull where I haven't done anything in a little bit. I got a couple projects I've got to finish. I've got a video that for some trophies that I made. I've got a video for a trophy. I recorded it. And it got delivered quite some time ago. I just need to post a video of it. And I've still got to finish what I call the Golden Wiener Trophy for Beck's for No Real Loss. I've still got to try to get that paint. Got to try to get a good coat of paint on it so I can get that sent out. And then definitely more projects to come. I'm working on one for Tim Molina that he has commissioned me to make for him. And I'm in the process of working on that. I would have probably actually stayed at home and worked on that today if I'd have been able to get some things going on it, but I got some designs that I've been working on to cut out for the base. And when I went to the library the other day and had them try to print it off, it didn't work out. The printing, I don't know why. I used Canva and I had the parameters, the dimensions set, but when I went and printed it, when I printed it on a regular 8.5 by 11, which was actually too small of a paper, it was close in size, but then she went and printed it on the 17 by 11 paper, and it fit to size the paper, and it was way, way, way too huge. So now I got to figure out how the hell to get it printed on the 11 by 17 paper, but get it to print the size that I actually need it. And I don't know why it did that, but got to get it to actually print the dimensions that I have set. Good name for what, Eugene? Oh, the Golden Wiener? Yep. Well, I won't use that word that they call that they call hot dogs and sausages and all that crap. I don't use newfound slang names for stuff like that. So it's golden hot dog or it's golden wiener. But it was I'm just going to call it the hot dog challenge tournament. And for anybody who has not seen any of the live streams that I did while I was making that, I used a piece of 1-inch round stock and I made an actual hot dog. And I've got the base made for it and everything. And it's pretty much done. The rest of it is all just painting. And then I'm going to finish making a hook that is part of it. But otherwise, it's pretty well done. Jesse says these lives have helped her get her daughters out of the house and off these websites. Now they want to go catfishing as family. So thanks to you all that it does for all of us. Hey, not a problem, Jesse. I appreciate being part of that. We don't always, when we're out catfishing, not always catching fish, but it's a good time to sit and relax and enjoy time together. I try to bring my son fishing. He's going to turn 5 at the end of the month. He's caught a few fish himself, but taking him fishing, it's hard because he is still young and he does not like to sit still. So it's not very easy getting him to go fishing. If I take him to one of the regular places that we go, he likes to go there because if we go there on the weekend, there's often people with kids there, and he'll find other kids to play with on the dock. We'll take some of his toys, his Hot Wheels, and some other toys that he can play with. But yeah, the last time I took him, he didn't fish at all. He played with his toys, and then he wanted to practice casting, which I took the hook off of it and just left the sinker on there. But fishing under a covered dock is not very easy when he's trying to figure out casting and everything. Jesse is a male, apparently. Papa T's on the West Coast. Papa T, where are you? I think I knew that at one point in time, but I don't know exactly where you're at. Alicia, it's not news slang, but it is freaking slang, and I do not like the term. Regardless, it is slang. I'm not going to call a damn hot dog by some stupid slang word. It is a hot dog. Or it is a sausage. Southeast Washington State? Oh, wow. Yeah, you're way up there northwest. Yep, me too. I know guys and girls named Jesse. I was just curious if I knew you, Jesse, because I do know one of my best friends, his sister's name is Jessie, and she has been on YouTube, I think maybe once in the past when I did something, but or maybe not, but her name's Jessica, but she goes by Jessie, and I did not know her last name, but yeah, man, that rod does shine good, and I've only got one LED light sitting there posted up on the setup there underneath the rods, and it has that rod lit up good. Oh, and it's getting bit too. It was getting bit. But yeah, this Uncle Lou's rod, it lights up over everything. Especially in the daylight, that thing shines. And I said I was going to end this I was going to end this, be done about 10 minutes ago. Got a hoot owl out there hooting. I know I wasn't seeing things. Know that Uncle Lou's rod was moving. I'm fixing to buy 2 of those rods and reels, and 2 reels to go on them. Well, Jesse, where am I from? I'm from Oklahoma, central Oklahoma, Oklahoma City area. I'll tell you, I started out with this rod, and I had my other PC Fun Chaos 50 reel on it, and that reel works great. I've got it on the rod next to it. But I was gifted the Penn Rival 20 reel that is on it now. And something about it, that Penn reel, it just feels more fitting on that rod. Maybe it's because I'm used to my other rods being 7 foot, and that's a 7.6, and the stiffness of the rod and everything. But that Penn Rival, it's a good reel. I caught an 8-pounder, 7.8 pounder on that rod a few weeks ago, and I barely even felt it on there. That PC Fun, that Chaos 50, I've never tried a Chaos 60, but I have 2 of the 50s, and I really do love them. But I will say, like I said, that Penn Rival reel, it's the Penn Rival 20, and that reel, it just seems real fitting on that Uncle Lou's rod, and it's not a very expensive reel. I think they're about $60, maybe 65, but it works good. Yeah, Eugene, yeah, it is a slang word for a gun. I said, people on the East Coast want to use slang words for everything. Actually, people all over the country want to use slang words for everything, but I'm freaking 41 years old. I don't need to use stupid slang words to name something or to call something. Yeah, the Penn Rival, that reel is the Penn Rival 20 is, I think, right around 60, $65 maybe. And then the Chaos 50, they're about $55. If you go to PC Fun's website, it's PISCIFUN. Go to their website. You can also find them on Amazon. But if you go to PC Fun's website and you enter promo code CAT18, CAT18, you will get 18% off of their price, and they offer free shipping. My dad just ordered one of their carnivore reels and is listed at 50 something dollars, I think. And I think between, can't remember, it ended up knocking like $12 off the price. He ended up getting it for like $48 or something like that. So if you are interested in the PC Fun reels, the PC Fun reels are definitely, if you like bait casters, the Chaos 50 is definitely a super smooth reel. Took me a little while to get it dialed in as far as the knob tension and not having a lot of backlashes. but I cast a 4-ounce weight, and that's kind of primarily what I've been using anymore is 4 ounces, whether I'm in the river or lake. But it's really good with the 4-ounce. Once you get it dialed in, you'll get a really good cast off of it. And if you get a fish on it, and when you're reeling it in, they reel in butter smooth. I'm running 30-pound big game mono on there. Cast great, reels in great. So yeah, you wouldn't, you wouldn't be disappointed if you went with the PC Fun. Only complaint I have about this Penn Rival reel is it does not have a counterweight on the power handle. So if you cast it, you got to make sure that the handle is in the downward position. Otherwise, it will flip itself forward and it will engage and basically start to you'll hear it grinding the gears and it'll hang up. And I've caught myself, I screwed up a few times not remembering that when I go to cast it. But I've gotten used to the flip lever engage on it as opposed to the button or the thumb button. But it's a good reel. I like it. I'd never had a bait caster really. I had a low profile bass reel that I got used to, and that kind of helped me out. But I got used to the bait caster, and I like them. All right, so I said I was going to end it at 4.5 hours. We got 10 more minutes till it's 5 hours, so it's already midnight. Screw it, I'll go until 5 hours and then I'll cut it off. Out. Just me and Carolina. I have caught 2 fish, both channel cats. I caught one before the live started, and I caught one a little bit into the live. It was, I believe, 3.8 pounds. Had a couple other bites, but nothing as I wanted to stick with it. Just haven't had a whole hell of a lot of luck tonight, but all we can do is just keep trying, keep switching out baits, casting in different areas, giving a little bit. I kind of do, I think it's kind of I'll call it the Tim Scott method, and every so often reel it in a few cranks. Sometimes that helps, kind of spread the scent trail and get it into a different area where the fish might be. But, nope, haven't had much luck here in a little bit. I thought I had a fish earlier, but good Lord, the coyotes are going crazy. I think I'm hearing about 20 at once. I think they're cornering something. But haven't had any luck here lately. Thought I had a bite a few minutes ago, but nothing's been with it. And then a little bit ago, I thought I had another bite. And when I got it reeled in, there was a damn stick on it. So, yep. Yeah, at least I got something. I got something to take home. Yep. Time on the water. That's all I can do. Come out and spend time on the water and trying. 41 is so young. Yeah, Mama, I still wish I was a lot younger, though. I miss being younger. I miss my knees not hurting. and my lower back not being all kinds of tight and bothering. Jesse, I don't know when I'm going live again. I'll have my son next weekend. We got a movie night with one of his little friends. His dad does a Halloween movie night every year. They set up a big projection screen out in the yard and have people over. We're going to do that Saturday, and then we're going to try to do a little birthday thing for him at our house on Sunday, because I know his mom's going to probably have a birthday party set up for him next weekend or in 2 weeks. So maybe I'll get back out fishing one night. Damn, something big just jumped over there. Maybe I'll get back out another night this week after work and try to hit somewhere different. Try to do some fishing. My way things go with work, I could go in at 8 or 9 o'clock, whatever time they want me to come in that day. I go in and, wind be too high and they send me home after an hour. Good thing about that is I still get paid for 8 hours. But we'll see. Maybe I'll take my stuff with me to work and I'll go straight from work and do some fishing one night this week. Pop D gonna be 74 a week from Tuesday. Papa T's still young. Alicia misses her back not hurting. She can't remember back to a time before her back was hurting. I'm sorry. That's what happens when you hurt your back. It just, a lot of times it never goes away. Oh, Hogleg going to bed. All right, Hogleg, I appreciate it. You stick fish sometimes as well. Yeah. Yep. Sometimes that happens. Hey, we're up to 10 people. JBT, we got Jarrell in the house. What's going on, Jarrell? We only got a few more minutes. We got 5 more minutes. I keep pushing it, but I gotta be at work at 8 in the morning, and by the time I get packed up, get out of here, get back to the house, get something to eat, it's gonna be 1:30 in the morning before I get to bed. Have to be up at about 7 o'clock. Give me 30 minutes to get ready and head out 30 minutes. I got to remember not to speed once I get on base. I got pulled over the other morning. That sucked, but on base. But he was nice enough to let me go with a warning. I can't believe it because speed limit was 25 and he said he clocked me at 38. But he let me go with a warning, so that was awesome. He's a young kid, but his age don't matter. He's doing his job and he's professional, and he was really nice about it. So I couldn't ask for anything better on that situation. Oklahoma City area, Papa T. That's right outside Oklahoma City. Born and raised. I'm gonna try to catch some good ones. Jesse, I don't know if you're subscribed to me, but if you're not, go ahead and add me to your list. Click the bell, throw a thumbs up. Click that bell. You'll find out when I'm going live or when I got any activity going on. And hopefully you'll be around for the next time that I go live. Hopefully it'll be sometime soon. I want to find somewhere to catch some damn fish. I mean, I caught 2 tonight, but I want to be able to catch more. I want to catch enough fish that I got to get my limit and then throw the rest back and just keep going. Okay, sorry, Alicia, I missed that one. We got 3 minutes. 3 minutes to catch another fish. Martin, what's going on, brother? You're a little late for the party, but hey, you showed up. I appreciate it. It's been a quiet party, but you missed a lot of good insight, a lot of good information from the master himself, Mr. Epic Tim Scott. He came up for a good while, talked to us. Yeah, it kind of sucks as we're winding down. The people are starting to come in, but that's the way it goes. If I had more clothes to put on, I didn't have to be at work at 8 in the morning. I'd stay longer. When I got here, the girl told me I'd come and go as I pleased. The gate was not locked, so hopefully it's not locked when I get up to the gate and have to call her. Be like, "Can I get out? I gotta go home." Fishing frustrations. What's going on, John? How you doing, brother? Since I'm about to go ahead and end this, and I'm gonna start packing up and get out of here, I'll go grab the fish, go grab the stringer, and show them to y'all here real quick. So yeah, that one light. That's all I got. That's all I got for my light here, and it does good enough for some night fishing. Just keep light on the rods. Holy moly. They're not very happy fish right now, but got two to take home, a small one. Hey, hold still. Got the 3.8 pounder here. And then a little guy, it's probably about about a pound and a half or so. But a couple fish good enough to take home, clean up, and have some food. Maybe do fresh clean and cook after they're clean. I'm gonna take them on up to the truck real quick. They're not gonna be happy about that because I didn't bring a cooler with me. Anyways. Oh. Oop, doo-doo-doo. Good night, Alicia's mama. Good night, mama. All right, let's see. I'll do like I always do, and I will change things around here. While I do this, let's see, settings, camera. Switch my camera around to front facing. So, all right, everybody. I'm going to do like I always do and show my face and say goodnight. But I appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out with me. Hadn't been a very productive night as far as fishing goes, but it's been a good night for the chat and for people being in here. So I definitely appreciate everybody being here. It is 54 degrees. Mr. Real Time, John Parker, thank you for coming in. I know it's last minute, but I've been going for 5 hours and I'm cold and I got to work in the morning. So everybody, y'all have a good night. Love y'all. Appreciate you coming in. A few after Alicia's talking about her fish, but yep. Everybody have a good night, and I will talk to y'all. I'm sure I'm going to talk to most everybody tomorrow. So have a good night, and we'll see you then. Good night. Oh, you've been here a long time? Oh, cool. I appreciate you, John. Thank you for being here. Everybody have a good night. Bye.